At 7:30, it's the Atlanta Falcons and the San Francisco 49ers. Ryan Rackey and Marcel Reese have all the excitement. And join us Monday night for a special night of NFL action. Up first, Tampa Bay Buccaneers hit the road to face the Detroit Lions beginning at 6 Eastern. The Seattle Seahawks host the Houston Texans. Our coverage of that game gets underway at 9:45 Eastern. Hear every Westwood One NFL broadcast on the Sports app, the Westwood One app. Download it now and take the game with you wherever you go. Once again, our final, Cincinnati 33, Pittsburgh 31. For John Sadak and Ross Tucker, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair tire, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust KILZ primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. Now, the full lineup is only at the one place pros rely on. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. KILZ primers, exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier immediate orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers 4 convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. From the field or sports court straight to a top-rated walk-in orthopedic doctor. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
What you want, what you want, what you want, what you want, what you want in me.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Say it all, save a lot. RamseyCars.com.
Trying to find the right car at the right price? Yeah, right. Well, Ramsey Auto Group makes it easy. Visit any Ramsey location or RamseyCars.com for a great selection of low-priced certified pre-owned vehicles. And we'll even buy your car or current lease. Get the right car at the right price right here.
Say it all, save a lot. RamseyCars.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Well, final state of the Yankees on display. Brian Cashman left to describe a 94-win season that ended in the division series to the Blue Jays.
We've had success and failure. Obviously failed in our ultimate goal and had some success, obviously. Along the way, we had a good team that but fell short of our ultimate goal. So proud of a lot of things we accomplished and players that I knew that they were fighting. They were talented, they were fighting, they were committed, but wasn't good enough.
Some injury issues for next year. They hope Anthony Volpe will be ready at some point in April, if not May. Carlos Rodon needs surgery. They hope he'll only miss a few weeks to begin the season. And Aaron Judge does not need surgery. Bad for his elbow. Blue Jays roll the Mariners 8-2. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. homered for a 5th time these playoffs. Max Scherzer allowed 2 runs over 5 2/3. Series is tied at 2. Dodgers a win away from the sweep. Finish off the Brewers 3-1. Thursday Night Football. Joe Flacco, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns. He outdueled Aaron Rodgers, who threw for 4 scores as the Bengals shocked the Steelers 33-31. Maple Leafs survived the Rangers 2-1 in overtime. Austin Matthews, your game winner. Igor Shesterkin, 22 saves. Devils too much for the Panthers 3-1. Timo Meyer, your go-ahead in the 3rd. Nico Hischier, Jack Hughes also lit the lamp. And the Islanders down Edmonton 4-2 as Bo Horvat had a hat trick. 50 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, let's do a quick 2-hour show. I just had 2 5-hour shows back to back, so we will condense everything into this open, and then you dial 888-808-1019, or maybe you say what you got to say in the chat. We are live on YouTube. Search WFAN. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, back from the Prudential Center. Went to opening night for your New Jersey Devils. Woo! 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 It was turned up in there. I even had time to leave, and I know when to leave, get out, not wait. And, like, that's the perks of living over on the Jersey side. Boom, boom, boom. I'm out of there. I'm home in 20 minutes, and then I watch the second half of Thursday Night Football, and then I drive here, and I host a show, and I go home in the next, hour and 50 minutes. 888-808-1019. I want to talk to you, though. There's a lot to unpack. I was not about to let Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone aggravate me today. It's over. The season is over. And my hopes and dreams for the Yankees are over until, pitchers and catchers. Until they do something in the winter meetings, till they make a sign. But I'm not expecting anything. What did I tell you guys a couple nights ago? Lower your expectations. Fool me can't fool me again. We are screaming into the ether complaining about Brian Cashman, Aaron Boone, what they do, what they don't do, what they tell us, what they don't tell us, their process, how they go about things. It does not matter. I don't think they could be any more clear with their messaging and the press conference that they don't care. It's hilarious to think, this week on The Fan, people were talking about Aaron Boone getting fired. What are you talking about, bro? Aaron Boone's not getting fired. Cashman's never getting fired. 888-808-1019. I know you guys want to talk about it, and I listened to the whole press conference live. I wrote down notes, and then I stopped because I'm like, whatever. I'm wearing Devils gear tonight. I'm going to the Rock. I'm going to Prudential Center. It's about beating the back-to-back defending champs. It's about scoring goals in our building tonight. It's about Jack Hughes. Wow, that was weird. That was I don't know if you guys could hear that chair, and you probably can't see it on the camera. I think Marco would just maybe left the chair underneath, and it sprung up. It's like a ghost, and the chair just moved. I was like, it made me look. Anyway, I was rolling there. I was about to talk about Newark, New Jersey, and shout out to Don LaGreca. Got to roll up on Don LaGreca. Welcome to the Rock. The Devils fans, honestly, a underrated group of fans. I could not get there early enough. I wanted to get out there at 4 o'clock for the red carpet and the festivities. 2 years ago, I got to do that. And it's just fun, man. When the season starts back up, in Newark over there, they've got the little alley with Reds and American whiskey, and you can drink in the street, and you just see everybody in their hockey sweaters, every different version of the Devils jersey, and just excitement. Men, women, children, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters. Shout out to Forge. Shout out to Tommy. Was happy to link with you guys tonight. Dan, Sable, everybody that I was able to run into tonight. My guy, Glenn Blackman. I mean, there's a family vibe at Prudential Center for me now. Big thanks to my guy Pete Albeats, who always is looking out. The Devils brought me into the family. As you know, if you've been paying attention to my saga here the last 4 years on WFAN, this is my fourth season rocking with the Devils, and I didn't have a team in 2021 when I first started. Come 2022, they brought me in, and now it's 2022, 23, 24, and now 2025, and I feel like I know people as soon as I walk in there, and it's great to have that. I wish I was doing it sooner, and I know I was on last night talking about how the Rangers haven't scored in their building. I knew the Devils were going to score tonight, but I didn't get there until, I think I was in the building at 7:12. And then right after, the Panthers scored the first goal. And Devils fans know, if you follow Devils Twitter, I don't know, the Devils last year were always giving up the first goal, and Devils Twitter would tweet, 1-0 them or 1-0 whoever it was. It could be the Blue Jackets. It could be the Rangers. It could be the Islanders. But then 3 unanswered goals. Jack Hughes first. Can't leave him over there with that much room. Bangarang. Just to tie the game and light the place up a little bit and even it up a little bit. And just after the second intermission, feeling like, hey, we need a couple more goals. And then we got them. And I wish I bet on the game, but I had too much going on. Timo time. Tick, tick. Timo Meyer with a nice little deflection shot. And then Dawson Mercer to the captain, Nico Hischier, for the dagger, the insurance, the one that really lit the place up because there wasn't that much time left, where we all kind of just felt like, all right, man, we're about to get this win on the home opener, and everybody's going to feel good about that. Shout out to you if you were in Newark, which was hours ago. And it's funny, too, because some of the homies will ask me, how'd you get into hockey? What was it? What did it? And I'm like, bro, it doesn't take that long. I was in the building at 7:12. I was out of the building by 9:30. And it's just different over there, man. And my favorite thing, the best thing, obviously the fans. And shout out to the fans that I met today, some people that I saw again. But the best thing about going to see hockey live is seeing it live. It's the atmosphere. It's different than watching it on TV. A lot of you might scroll through the channels and see a hockey game, and it's so different in the arena. And I've only really been to the Prudential Center. I've been to UBS. I've never seen a game at MSG. Maybe I will this year if the Rangers are trash and those prices come down, but the prices never come down. Anyway, when you go in there and you can follow the puck and you can see everything developing and you can watch the guys skate and you can watch the line switch and you can just see the physicality and even see how dumb some of these referees are. The referees were grinding my gears early. But Devils fans that want to call the fan and talk about the Devils, 3 wins in a row, 3 unanswered goals tonight, opening up the Prudential Center with a W. And, hopefully we can root on the Devils this whole season. So far, so good. 888-808-1019. When I was in there in the M Lounge, they're throwing on the Brewers-Dodgers game. And if you didn't know, the Dodgers take a commanding 3-0 lead against the Brewers in the NLCS. I remember the Dodgers taking a commanding 3-0 lead against the Yankees in the World Series. They're not going to blow this. They're not going to, the Brewers can only score 1 run. The Dodgers are going back to the World Series. And it grinds my gears. It makes me think about the Yankees. It makes me think about your New York Yankees. There's no rematch. And it's no coincidence that the Dodgers are built like they're built and are going back. I know, the deferrals, it's a loophole. It's something that has happened in baseball where if they win this World Series, we're definitely locking out. Because all these other owners are going to cry poor and say that's not fair. It's chess, not checkers. So much so, the last game we saw the Dodgers, Yamamoto pitched the whole damn game, complete game. Bullpen was rested. They had no problem taking Tyler Glasnow out after 5 innings, 2/3, 3 hits given up, 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts, 99 pitches. 100 is the magic number. You can't have him go over 100. Tyler Glasnow made a Glasnow and before and later, so they got to be cautious with him. But just look at their pitching and look at the price tag. They went out and paid Blake Snell. They paid Yamamoto. They paid Tyler Glass now. They're 3-0 against the best team in baseball, the team with the best record in baseball that everybody talked about their manager of the year last year, Pat Murphy, and their style of play and how they put the ball into play and they can hit homers and how they, like, please. None of us believed in the Brewers. All season, we're like, that's great. Yeah, they're going to fold. They didn't get folded up by their division rivals. But the Dodgers do this. This is their time of the year. Out there in blue heaven on earth, Chavez Ravine, they're not losing. They're about to sweep them, bro. They're about to sweep them, bro. And it's simple. It's just like, now Ohtani is awake. Everybody was criticizing Ohtani. Go look at his last couple games. Ohtani's back to being Ohtani. And Mookie Betts, and they just have so many guys. It's not fair. Freddie Freeman, Tommy Edman, who they got at the deadline, and he deferred some money as well, and they're stacked. And with Yamamoto pitching the whole game and taking Glasnow out, they're like, yeah, we got to get guys to throw. Vesia, Trinan, Banda, and then Roki Sasaki, who they paid as well, and went from a starter to their closer, and that was lights out. They didn't give up anything. Their bullpen gave up one hit the rest of the way. And now they're looking like they're going to kick their feet up a bit after they get this next win. Like, I think it's brooms. I think they're done. Maybe Milwaukee fights for their lives and gets one win for pride, but they're better off just whatever. Get swept, and we'll see you next year. And then the Dodgers will be waiting, and their fans will be celebrating. Maybe I'll slide to L.A. this year, go link up with some of the Pantone 294 people and my girl Serena, who's a Dodgers fan. They have a lot of fun, man. You know what they're waiting for? They're waiting for the winner of the American League Championship Series. Don't look now, but the Toronto Blue Jays are awake. They're hitting. All they had to do was get out of Canada. All they had to do was take a trip to the Pacific Northwest. That's damn near Canada. And wow, they've come alive. 8 runs scored today. And home runs. How about Andres Jimenez? How about his story this year? How about his season this year? A backup shortstop, Bo Bichette being hurt. He's starring right now. He had 4 ribbies today. Another homer. He's a power hitter now. They're awake, man. Vladdy's awake. Vladdy had another 2 hits. Run batted in. And I don't know if you can hear the tremble in my voice because it's going back to the Yankees. You do not want the Blue Jays getting to the World Series. And dare I say, if they are somehow able to go and do what you couldn't do last year, it is bad for us. All that Yankees lose, trolling and laughing, and we already started digging their grave. We started saying they're dead, they're done, they're cooked. Cal Raleigh and the Mariners, Josh Naylor, Randy Arozarena, Julio Rodriguez. Well, Arozarena was 0 for tonight. Cal Raleigh was 0 for tonight. Julio Rodriguez was 0 for tonight. All of those fans out there that went to T-Mobile Ballpark, so excited for an American League Championship Series. I laughed last night because they said that this was the highest get-in price ever, $340 to get into the game. And I said, go check my Instagram. I had people on my Instagram telling me how much they spent to get into the World Series last year. I'm like, yikes. I had people telling me they paid $1,500 for a ticket to Game 5, worst game ever. There are people out there in Seattle that paid $500 to get in the ballpark, and they just saw 2 losses, and now that series is knotted up. That series is tied, and they were able to get 2 wins with Shane Bieber and Max Scherzer starting. 888-808-1019. So now we wait to see how long that series might go the distance. Who knows? It's a new series now. It's a best out of 3 now. It's fun. It's getting interesting. If you love baseball and you're still paying attention, like I said, I was in there, at the Rock at the Prudential Center tonight. Shout out to the Devils, first class organization. Everything they do is great. Like downstairs in the lounge, they've got all the other games on. They even had a college game on. I forget who's playing. I think Washington. They have if you're a sports fan and you want to go to the hockey game, you can pop down there and still see Major League Baseball, Thursday night football, college football, and hang out. But yeah, I know what you guys want to get to. You guys want to get to Jackson Dart, do, and so do I. Because the new wrinkle that happened yesterday, the AFC Player of the Week, Jonathan Cooper, you may not be familiar with him. Jets fans are. Because he just had 5 tackles, 2 sacks, and a tackle for loss against Justin Fields. He popped up today with something to say. We'll play the audio later, but I'm sure if you're a Giants fan, you caught it by now. And we don't have to play the audio. I'll read what he said. You know, he was being interviewed, and this is what happens in pregame interviews, especially after a team has watched some film and studied a bit, and they start to feel confident. This is a good defense. This defense leads the league in sacks. I've been talking about them all week. They're good at every level. The D-line, linebackers, secondary. They've got some dogs. And, like, Thursday Night Football, as we saw tonight, with Joe Flacco and the Bengals at home being able to hold off Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, being able to beat them on a short week, Thursday Night Football is a little different. I was there last week at MetLife. You can shock the world on a short week. It favors the home team. You don't have to travel. While they're traveling, you're still prepping and preparing. You're still game planning and scheming. And anything can happen in the NFL, especially on a short week. Mike Tomlin was shook with Joe Flacco. He spoke on it. Why are you trading a guy in division? That's literally a tank. That's a whole tank. Because you'd rather go to Dylan Gabriel and then let Flacco go over there. And Flacco was on the money. He was even running the ball. They called that the Unk Bowl. 40-year-old quarterbacks. Him and Aaron Rodgers facing off. But Flacco in just his second week, he hasn't even been there 2 weeks. He's already found a rapport with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Now all of a sudden Chase Brown is back, rushed for 108 yards. Jamar Chase balled. He had 16 receptions, 161 yards, and a tud. T. Higgins could have had over 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, but he decided to slide and ice the game. And I'm watching them do that, and I'm like, I wonder if the Jets could execute this all right here. Could the Jets have done I would hope. If the Jets have a win this week against the Carolina Panthers, I would hope that they're able to, kill the clock, take enough knees, back up, kick the field goal, and get out of there. And they, didn't give Aaron Rodgers any time. They gave him the ball back with 7 seconds. But what I'm saying is these Thursday night football games, the Bengals were down. Everybody thought Pittsburgh was just going to roll over them. I forget what the spread was. But on these short weeks, like we saw with the Giants last week, they were able to ambush Saquon Barkley, who was more focused on his documentary airing on the same channel the game was airing on. Jalen Hurts, who him and his boy A.J. Brown, who have been friends since they were, high school, college kids, now they're not so friendly anymore. They couldn't get anything going. And Zach Bond, the all-pro middle linebacker, was getting trucked by Cam Scattaboo and shook out of his shoes by Jackson Dart. Now, they've had a lot of time to rest here. They should have iced up, got their treatment, and be ready to go for that altitude, that thin air at Mile High. But now, going back to Jonathan Cooper, the defensive player of the week out of the AFC, he got on the mic after, watching film and being out there in Denver and feeling confident and comfortable enough to say this about Jackson Dart. He said he's a young guy. He's feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. I feel like everybody needs something, He didn't say anything about, him making plays, his vision, how he stepped up, how hard it probably is for a 22-year-old kid in New York to take the Giants and pull them up, for him to not have Malik Neighbors, nothing like that. He decided to talk about that man's chain. Who's the first person on the fan that said, hey, he's drippy. He's got the eye black. He's got the chain. But there are chain snatchers lurking. Remember Aqib Talib, the former Bronco, snatch Crabtree's chain? Like, this is a chain snatcher alert. You better get Andrew Thomas. Better get Runyon. Better get Illuminor. All those boys alerted. Better get Cam Scattaboo ready. Get them ready. Because they're coming to snatch Jackson Dart's chain on Sunday. That's bulletin board material. That's bulletin board material for your New York Football Giants. That's going to be a hell of a game. I cannot wait to watch that one. I might go out for that one. That's what, 4:05, 4:25 is a 4 o'clock game? Ooh-wee. Especially after we saw the Jets hold them to 13 points. Bo Nix right now is not looking better than Jackson Dart. Sean Payton better scheme something up. But as I speak about bulletin board material, Nick Bonito, who's looking like Defensive Player of the Year, he had a post and delete, a tweet and delete at 6:24 p.m. He said, "I've never seen such a delusional fan base." You right. Because I take these calls and I talk to these fans online, and they're already saying the Giants are going to the Super Bowl. The Giants are winning the division. The Giants are going to the playoffs. We're getting Chris Olave. We're getting Waddle. We're getting ahead of ourselves, folks. That was one of the best Giants wins we've seen maybe since the Super Bowl. It's been a long time, maybe since Tommy Cutlets, beat the Packers on Monday Night Football or whatever primetime game that was. That Thursday Night Football game a week ago was the best primetime win. It was a great feeling. But in this NFL, there's a lot of bullies. There's a lot of alphas, and they're lurking. And they don't want to see you shine. They want to humble you. And now Dart and Scatterboo got a target on their back. And now it seems Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Patrick Surtain, who played high school football with Spider-Man, with Brian Burns at American Heritage High School in Plantation, Florida. Like, those guys are beasts. Those guys are dogs. And now they got a little added juice. They want to prove that they're not the team that played out in London. Those are irregular games as well, as we're talking about these, short week Thursday night football games. The London games, those are way different. Like, have you ever been to London? I've been to London a couple times. I love it over there. Like, it's different, though. Like, even just if you want to go get some regular food to eat, just walking down it's not available to you. The plugs are different in the outlets. The customs is just a different world over there. And you go there to play football. You're not playing in a football stadium. You're playing in a football stadium, in a soccer stadium. And those games are irregular. Those games are on at 9:30 over here. And wacky things happen over there. Now they're back in Mile High in their building, feeling good about themselves, with a chance to knock off a hot rookie quarterback, a hot rookie running back that just balled out, against the defending champ Eagles. Like, they got something to prove here. This is going to be a great game. I cannot wait to see it. 888-808-1019. It is a football Friday. Can the Jets get their first win against the Carolina Panthers? Sure they can. It's on the table. Joe Flacco just went out there like Joe Flacco this year has beat the Green Bay Packers when they were undefeated, crowned as Super Bowl champions. And Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, after they were basically crowned the champions of the AFC North. Pump your brakes. I had to pump my brakes. If you guys know me, you know my story. I tell the story all the time. My degrees of separation. My second football scholarship was to play quarterback at the University of Delaware, the Fighting Blue Hens, not in Newark, in Newark, Delaware. Rest in peace, John Key, who played running back at Ocean Township High School, went to Delaware. Shout out to Eddie Conti and Coach Conti, the whole Conti family, legends. Eddie Conti, one of the best football players I had ever seen play at my high school, went to Delaware, became a legend there. So I thought the pipeline was for me to go. Shout out to Casey Keeler, who recruited me. I thought the pipeline was for me to follow up and go to Delaware. And then I remember sitting there talking to their offensive coordinator, and I was like, hey, I read on the forum that Joe Flacco from Pitt is transferring into here. Is that true? And he told me it wasn't true. He said he didn't hear anything about that. Maybe he wasn't on the forums. But back then, if you remember Tyler Palko, who played for the Chiefs, Tyler Palko ended up being the starting quarterback for the Pitt Panthers, and Joe Flacco couldn't beat him out and wanted to play. And back then, there was no transfer portal, and you would have had to sit out a year. So he transferred down to Delaware and started there. I was a high school kid. Fast forward 2 years after that, I'm the third string quarterback at JMU, and we played JMU versus Delaware, and I'm warming up on the same field as Joe Flacco, and I'm like, this guy's a beast. Glad I didn't go to Delaware and ride Pine. I had a lot more fun at JMU, but fast forward now all of these years, Joe Flacco is still doing it in the league. And what am I doing? I'm sitting on the fan taking calls at 888-808-1019. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to do. Can the Jets do what they're supposed to do after Aaron Glenn doubled down and said what he said? We don't want to talk about Aaron Glenn. We don't want to talk about what he's saying in the media. It's such a distraction. I wish he did not add this distraction because this stretch of games I've been saying, they got to get 1 or maybe even 2 wins here. In your building, returning home, you want your fans galvanized. You want your fans pumped up. Well, you can beat the Panthers. As the Panthers beat the Falcons and the Cowboys, whatever they're still very young. Their head coach is in his 2nd year. In your building, you should be able to beat them. But now, I'm not sure exactly who you're going to throw the ball to. I'm not exactly sure you can throw the ball. 888-808-1019. The Jets need to come out there and play defense, which I believe they can because we just saw them hold the Broncos to 13. And Justin Fields, who has changed his tone, how come he changed his tone and Aaron Glenn revved up his tone more? I don't know. Even Tanner Engstrand. I saw Rich Cimini got a quote from him. He asked him a question. -10 passing yards. How do you explain that? And he said, yeah, just a subpar day. Not good enough in all areas. We just got to continue to clean up our details and make sure I'm on point as well, putting those guys in the best position possible. And that's what I said looking at that game. I said, this is on the first-time offensive coordinator. And then I found out later that that's a Darren Muji hire because they went to San Diego State together. Stop hiring your friends. Hire the best guy for the job. He's in over his head, too. Aaron Glenn wasn't confident in him. They weren't confident in each other. The tandem of the quarterback, offensive coordinator, and head coach, and you get caught with your pants down. Learn from it. Build from it. Throw a damn screen. You're allowed. You have to now. You have to target Breece Hall. Breece Hall's got to get like at least 5 targets. maybe more. Because I don't know, between Josh Reynolds and Mason Taylor and Arian Smith, I don't know what they're going to do throwing the ball. But this is the NFL. It's a passing league. It's built for you to take shots down the field. And yeah, we might bitch about it, Aaron Glenn, if Justin Fields comes out and after not throwing an interception, being the only starting quarterback in the NFL to not throw an interception, all of a sudden he has 2 picks in the game because he's trying to do something to make up for last week. Forget last week. Go out there in your building, play defense, run the ball, throw the ball when you need to, play a tight game, and win for your fans. Because right now you have nothing to stand on. But with 1 win, Aaron Glenn, then you can pop up post-game. Then you can pop up next week and say, see, we're building a foundation. We are working on stuff. We got that first win, all right? We're not the only winless team in the NFL anymore. 888-808-1019. It's 12:30. We'll start there. But like I said, I know what everybody wants to talk about. It. I see already, people popped up for Cashman and disappeared. Like, how much can we do this? I will. I literally have my notes are on Volpe, Rodon, Caballero, the fact that we're not going to have Garrett Cole and Rodon, and they better be in the market for pitching, but I don't expect them to do it. This window closing and things that were said about Judge and Judge not needing surgery, but there was something that really stuck out that Cashman said about Judge, and it just goes back to my thoughts about how he has treated 3 of my favorite players in Yankee history, the guys that I grew up with. Well, Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, Aaron Judge. I'll tell you more about it, and we'll talk all around, things from the coaching decisions and Jason Dominguez and Spencer Jones. And, I just haven't been this down as a Yankee fan as far as, like, not being excited for the prospect of the next year. I feel like they got to the World Series last year, and now it's going to be a while. And it pisses me off because they should be playing right now, right? Last year when the Devils had their opener, I was watching the Yankees play the Royals on my phone, and then obviously, that was the DS, but then they continued all the way to the World Series. I don't look at these teams in the American League as that much better, if they're better than the Yankees at all. But you got to go for it. You got to spend the money. You got to stop accepting, 33 winning seasons, and you got to stop accepting mediocrity. And you got to stop trying to pull the wool over our eyes. We watch everything. We read everything. We are nonstop. We go to all these games. We listen to every single podcast. We call the fan. We talk on the fan all day and all night about it. We don't miss anything. We can stack up all your mistakes. And of course, their mistake with Volpe looms large over all of us because we're like, what's the deal with that? So yeah, we'll talk about it, but it just doesn't make me feel good. Going to see the Devils tonight. Woo! 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 That made me feel good. Keith McPherson on the Fan till 2 a.m. Call me up. We'll be right back.
It's John Boy Media's Talkin' Yanks, the show for real Yankee fans who live and breathe pinstripes. John Boy and Jake bring you the latest Yankees news, moves, and takes all year long, from spring training to the postseason and everything in between. Powered by WFAN and John Boy Media. Tune in tomorrow at 1 o'clock on The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. It's not easy being an accident victim these days. I mean, how do you choose the right lawyer? The radio, TV, buses, and billboards are filled with law firms making the same old promises, bragging about the same big results. They talk about their proven track record and hope they'll get you to sign on the dotted line. But then what? If a lawyer tells you from day one what your case is worth, please turn around and run. If a lawyer tells you how quickly they'll get your case settled, I beg you, turn around and run. The right lawyer is not a fortune teller. The right lawyer is honest, straightforward, and knows every case is different. He or she will have the experience to get you every dollar you deserve at the right time. So if you want to know your rights and you want to be told the truth, call D'Agostino & Associates today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24, and ask for me, John D'Agostino, because I've been there and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino Law. Bite back.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you got to say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and Term Provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-555-2085.
Write it down.
800-555-2085.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and Tune.
Let's talk to the fans that call The Fan. I think I've said all that I have to say in my open for the most part. I hit all the games that happened tonight, started to foreshadow the games that will happen Sunday, and I sprinkled a little bit in about the Cashman and Boone press conference, but it happened literally 12 and a half hours ago. I'm just like, aren't you tired of it as a Yankee fan? Aren't you over it? Like, the last thing I'll say about it till someone calls me and says something about it, you know, it like, and I know, shout out to Cashman calling into Evan and Tiki. I did like that he kind of went back at Jeter and A-Rod and did it on our platform. Like, I thought that was cool, but that doesn't win us anything. You know, Cashman says the same line every single year. Well, you know, we fell short of our ultimate goal. Yeah, you always do. Like, I was in college last time you won the World Series. Since that time, a baby has been born and got behind the wheel of a car and started driving around. That 16 years of you falling short of your ultimate goal, that's on you. Anyway, Alex is out in Lakewood on The Fan with us. What's up, Alex?
What's up, Keith?
Hanging out, talking.
So, let's start with the Jets. The Jets got I think, first of all, ideal scenario for this Sunday. Brees Hall has a huge game. You win, and then you trade him to whatever the best offer is.
Sure.
You're not gonna sign him. I don't think there's a chance. If you're signing him, sign him now, because once he gets into free agency, he's gonna want more money.
Aaron Glenn can say whatever he wants to say about the guy. It would behoove them to trade him. They're not paying a running back. They're not in any position to pay Brees Hall. They probably shouldn't have paid Sauce and Garrett Wilson.
And then, do you think they would trade Garrett Wilson or no?
I don't. He's too good. I don't. They need to keep him and actually get him a quarterback. And I don't think he wants to go anywhere. I think he had a little bit of a rebuttal on Instagram to, you know, Dan Orlovsky talking about his career being wasted. He put something out there like never wasted. Like, Garrett Wilson has been, you know, the guy. He got drafted here. He's had success with terrible quarterback play. Get him a quarterback, and he can be one of the top receivers in the league. He already is, in my opinion. He's too good. They can't cover him.
What about Quinn Williams?
Yeah, you can send Quinn Williams somewhere, for sure. He should get moved.
And then, you know what that Eagles game reminded me of? Was it 3 years ago? When there was a Jets team who, I think they were in Chicago, and Mike White was the quarterback, and the next day you had people calling The Fan, we're going to win the Super Bowl, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it happens when you live in an oasis and, you know, or you live in a desert and you see a little bit of water and, you know, you feel like it's, I don't know. I don't know the analogy. It's like you start to dream and you think that, like, this is it. Like people on The Fan thought Tommy DeVito was the future.
That's one person on The Fan, but with the hockey, I think this year I've already watched more regular season games than I have last year the whole regular season. So,
what team do you rock with?
Devils.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the Devils have had some good games. That game against the Lightning, the game against the Blue Jays.
Team.
And that too, right? Yeah, somebody hit me on Twitter. Was like, "How are you a New York radio host with the Rangers and the Islanders, and you root for the Devils?" I'm like, I'm from New Jersey, and neither one of those teams have reached out to me or done a damn thing for me. The Devils, they treat me right.
By the way, in your open, what about you forgot to mention that the Islanders got a hat trick tonight by Bo Horvat?
They won their first game tonight?
They beat the Edmonton Oilers. Bo Horvat got a hat trick.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to that at all.
Yep.
But congrats to the Islanders, and thanks for adding that in. I was focused on the Devils game that I was physically at, and the only other games I paid attention to were the postseason baseball and the NFL.
Yeah, and then what is your take on the NBA? We're getting really close now. You think you have one more show, two more shows? What do you have?
Do I have what? How many shows before the NBA starts?
Before the Knicks opener.
I don't know. I have a show tomorrow. I have a show Monday. What is it? The Knicks open up next Wednesday or this upcoming Wednesday? Yeah,
I'm not
October
sure if it's
22nd.
Tuesday.
So then I'll have 3 shows.
Yeah. I don't know. I personally think the Bucks could go to the championship game this year.
Yeah, but you're a biased Bucks fan. What are you doing with Giannis? Send him already.
Wait, honestly, who do you think's beating the Bucks?
I don't know. It's Giannis and his 2 brothers. Thanks for the call, Alex. 888-808-1019. John is in Rockland on the Fan. Next, what's up, John?
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good, hanging out.
First of all, I want to give a shout out to my boy Eli. Also, Jackson, bro, this Sunday, Giants will win by at least 40. Trust me, bro.
What number? How much?
At least 40, bro.
40? You drank a whole 40 before you called.
On the Jets. They put 13 points on the Jets.
Yeah, thanks for the call, John. Your signal connection was bad, and teams don't get beat by 40 in the NFL. This isn't Alabama versus the Citadel. Are you crazy? Chill. I think the Giants will compete. Ignorance is bliss, and sometimes you just don't know what you don't know. And that's how I feel about Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo. They don't know what they don't know. They are kids, and they were not a part of the losing with the Giants. They have all the confidence, and they're winners. They're playing football. They're going there, and they're going all out to win. But take care of the football, respect your opponents, and be ready for a different challenge than the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know. 40? It's not gonna. If they win by 4, sensational. Steve in New City, talk to us. You're on the Fan.
What's up, Keith? How you doing? I went to Delaware, so we had some strong quarterbacks that you had to work through. Remember, Rich Gannon too. I was there in 2003 when they won the national championship.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is about the Jets. I have zero faith in this new hire, Aaron Glenn. He hired these new coordinators. He has no idea what he's doing. Look at the end of the half last week.
We all did. We all have gone back and looked at it. It doesn't make any sense. It was pitiful for an NFL franchise.
Pitiful. And listen, you can say letting Aaron Rodgers walk was a right move, but these guys were all in on Justin Fields. No, I'm saying
anyone can say it though. Sure. At the time, we were like, he's going to undermine him. Aaron Rodgers too big of a figure.
Decent contract, even though he got paid. But my point was, Justin Fields, they were all in on it. And this guy, I mean, he's regressed. I was there week 1 when they, were competitive with Pittsburgh, gave that game away. But, I mean, he can't get off the first read. Why? We could have won the game last week when our defense really stood on their head. Put Tyrod Taylor in the second half. Put him in third quarter, fourth quarter. We win if you put him in the last drive. At some point, the players, they want to feel a win. And I feel like we're going down this road of he's so adamant about keeping Fields in. Why? He's not the guy. You got to create a winning culture. And
he's his guy. The other night I was on, Steve, and I said, I don't remember any other NFL teams offering Justin Fields or even rumors of, maybe the Steelers might have wanted him back. But I don't remember who else was hot on his trail. It was the Jets that went to get him after they pretty much told Aaron Rodgers right away, we don't want you here.
Right, but they're not developing him. So, and then they're not winning. They're not developing him. He's not getting better.
Yeah, they fooled me, dude. He had the GoPro on his helmet. He spent a lot of time in the building. We saw a lot of social media clips and things where I thought that he would be better at this point. He's been in the league 4 years. To not be able to get rid of the ball, it's paralysis by analysis. He can't read the defense. I'm disappointed because he's such an athlete, and I've always rooted for the kid because I discovered him when he was in high school.
He's a great runner, but he can't throw the ball. And I agree with the other caller too. Breece Hall, I mean, I love the guy. You got to trade him. He's a running back. They're a dime a dozen. You got to keep Garrett Wilson. You build around him. You got to pay some of your guys, right? So my point, what are we doing with Aaron? I know it's obviously so early to pull the plug on Aaron Glenn, but I am so disappointed with how he's done so far this year.
Thanks for the call, Steve. He's not going anywhere. I think that's part of it too. I was leaning into. I think Woody Johnson told him, hey, we understand it's rough. And we also understand that you played here and you've got connections to Parcells and, these other coaches that you've talked to, Dan Campbell. And, big ships turn slow and it's not going to be instant coffee. But, you've had winnable games. And in this last one that was winnable, you had moments of ineptitude. The whole world was watching. That was the most watched London game. Like everybody that watches the NFL watched that game. And we were dumbfounded. Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner didn't know what to say. Like, that's how you know it's bad. I'm sitting on my couch. My son is running around. My wife is putting away groceries, and I'm paralyzed in the couch. Like, what? I'm trying to figure out what are they doing? Where's the urgency? Defensive-minded coach folded, played for a halftime, played it safe because he doesn't have any faith in his quarterback that he went out to select. You know what's funny, too, about Aaron Rodgers? Is Aaron Rodgers popping up on Pat McAfee now? Aaron Rodgers looks different with the Steelers. I mean, he took the L tonight, but, like, I was just talking to somebody on Twitter about it. They're like, where was this with the Jets? I'm like, well, the first year he got hurt, and the second year was his first year coming back from the injury. Now he's 2 years removed from it. He's in a better spot. He's in a better organization. It's the Jets that pull people down, like they pulled Aaron Glenn down. Aaron Glenn came in, we're the freaking New York Jets, and we're built for this. That was a lie. Let's go to Josh and Passaic on the Fan next. What's up, Josh?
Yo, Keith, what's doing, man? Just went, dropped down to Florida for, 1 or 2 weeks, reset the body.
Yo, the temperature dropped under 50. Young Josh had to hit the plane, go to Florida where it's hot and sunny at, flexing on me.
Yeah, I felt it today. We had to wait for the Uber. We got the Devils got the W, but they gave me the L. It took 20 minutes for the Uber to come. It took 40 minutes for a 15-minute drive back to Passaic, But, like, how about those Devils, This is good, and it's interesting. Usually I tell you, from year to year, by the time the Devils play, usually it's like that's what we're focusing on because football's over. But this is very interesting what the Giants have done, and you could see Giants fans unsure how to respond, like a gain of confidence. So you have a guy say the Giants will win by 40 points. It's a confusing time for us. We haven't had this in years. Not that they went on that playoff run, but there's something to be hopeful for. And it's what you try with the rookies and stuff. And as you say, it's a week or two.
Right, and it's week to week. That's why I'm just telling some of y'all to use caution. It's week to week. How quickly you forgot about them going on the road. Reminder, this is a road game again. And what they did in New Orleans against the bum-ass Saints. Like, you got 2 good wins in your building where I think you caught teams off guard. But, like, I don't think you're catching the Broncos off guard. They are talking like they can't wait to see you.
Yeah, and Scatterbo, Keith shows us again. It's, always look at Barfield, should have kept him, should have this, should have that. And it's just interesting. It is a little bit of a debate drafting a rookie. To see is it worth it to have a guy that'll be, let's say, you hope to be half as good as the last guy you took to save $12, $13 million and put it somewhere else. And this guy's been pretty solid.
Scatterbo is no Barkley. I wouldn't compare him to that. But I think you have something in this guy for at least the next few years. And his style is completely different than Barkley. Obviously, he's way cheaper. What I'll say about...
I mean style. I meant that what he's going to do for you. I mean, total just getting the yards.
Yeah, but even like, I don't know. I don't know if it's an anomaly. Like 3 touchdowns, I don't see him scoring 3 touchdowns a game, rushing for 100 yards a game. Like, I don't know. Like, he's going to meet his match at some point too. Like, there's going to be a linebacker that meets him in the hole and is like, hey, you're not running me over. Right,
he's throwing that head in. Like, I guess he's got a head built to steal, so that won't matter anyway with those linebackers. He's got the
hammer head. Thanks for the call, Josh. They say he's got the Stewie head. He looked like Stewie from Family Guy. I can't wait for this game. At least there's some juice to the game. At least, like, it's not, here we go. Daniel Jones is going into my line. It's like, yo, hold on. They're talking. And I think I read somewhere that Jackson Dart wears that necklace for his sister. I got to look into that. So you don't know what that does for him? Like, you said something about my chain? You think I'm wearing this to be flashy? Yeah. Jackson Dart's necklace is a sparkling heart-shaped chain that he wears as a good luck charm, originally borrowed from his younger sister. He started wearing it after it brought him success as the MVP of the Gator Bowl in college. And if I remember correctly, I did watch something where, and I don't mean to bring it up, but I think there's, I don't know what is wrong with Jackson Dart's sister. I got to look that up too. I don't know. She might be special needs or something, but I got to look that up. But like, if that's the case, what I'm saying is like, if that's for his little sister, like that's tied to his family, That's not tied to like flexing, and you called that out. Like, these are super competitors that like he might be seeing red. And like, I don't know. Like, he might be on he might be on another level. Like, I hope so. This is why we watch. Like, I hope he's turned up. Like, all right. And you just have dime after dime after dime, juking, scrambling, breaking runs. So let's see it, folks. This is what sets the stage for these fights, these battles in the NFL, these players talking back and forth. And, at least now, if you're a Giants fan, you're going into this fight like, yo, we're going to beat them. We have more than a fighting chance. Ray is in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, Ray?
Yo, Keith, my G, man. Listen, I'm gonna agree with you on the Giants when it comes to, and I'm a big Giants fan. When it comes to kind of like pulling the reins back a little bit, when it comes to Jackson Dart, like the excitement is ridiculous right now. Right now, he's doing a great job as a game manager, like per se, but he's not. He seems like he has, it per se, but he hasn't proven anything yet, just like you said. And here's the other thing, Keith, right? A lot of these people, including, people on radio stations, are now kissing the ass of Brian Daboll again, who has completely embarrassed our fans, this organization. He set the sport back to like 1930 when he didn't have his backup quarterback prepared to throw a forward pass in the second half of a game. This guy is a complete clown. And he is the modern day Adam Gase. Peyton Manning is, basically is what made Adam Gase, and Josh Allen is what made this guy. And I will say this: he's also a part of the evaluation process that did not draft the guy that we're going to be competing against this year, who has already thrown 30 touchdowns and 12 interceptions in the season. Bo Nix dragged the team to the playoffs. That Denver team lost to the Jets last year early on. And this guy put on these numbers and accomplished what he did.
I'm sorry, Ray. I'm just going to put you on hold, bro. I'm not hanging up, but you said some things wrong. That Broncos team beat the Jets last year. It was 10-9. Bo Nix is not having a good year this year. So who cares that the Giants passed up on Bo Nix? They ended up with Jackson Dart, who might end up being better than him, might outplay him this weekend. I can't throw Brian Daboll into the same conversation with Adam Gase. He won Coach of the Year his first year. He is regarded as like an offensive guru. Aaron Rodgers said so much. A lot of people respect Brian Daboll's knowledge and him as a coach. I don't give him all the kudos for Josh Allen because Josh Allen became Josh Allen more so after he left. But, like, you got to give this guy credit for not drafting Shedeur Sanders, not drafting anybody else, but recognizing Jackson Dart and working with him and developing. I watched all of these things from Jackson Dart's, the 50 visit to him showing up in a bit. Like, he is the one that is meeting with him, working with him in the building, getting him ready for the game. And look at the results you're getting. So, like, the past is in the past. I know, like, Brian Daboll has done some things, whether it's coaching decisions in game, it's all the losses in the past, whatever. Right now, he has re-energized this fan base. This team looks a lot different. And if they come out here and win, like, I already think he saved his job. But if they come out here and win again, and there's some other winnable games on this schedule, like, we don't know where this is going to go. Like, that is going to, you're a Giants fan, that's going to be your coach for a while, bro. Ray, you're back in there. I just had to kind of, correct a couple of those things.
Yeah, I got you. We're going to agree to disagree on a couple of things, right?
Sure.
But here's the thing. So if you don't like Bo Nix, right?
It's not that I don't like him.
Like Drake May?
I think Drake May is better than Bo Nix, yes.
Okay, and this quarterback has not proven what either one of these two guys have, and Daboll was part of that evaluation process.
Jackson Dart hasn't proven it?
I mean, what has he proven? I guess
games.
I'm happy. I'm a Giants fan, and it seems like he's got swag, and it seems like he might be it. But this guy went to the playoffs. The other guy is having a tremendous season. He's not even those guys yet, and he would have to be better than them in order to keep Brian Daboll, because Brian Daboll is one of the guys in the evaluation process who decided not to take Drake May or Bo Nix. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate the call, Ray, but you said a lot that I just completely disagree with. He couldn't get Drake May. Because the year that they won those games with Tommy DeVito, they beat the Patriots. He couldn't get Jaden Daniels. They beat the Commanders. They got Malik Neighbors, though. And we got to chill. Like, the Patriots have 4 wins. Drake May's having a phenomenal season. It's 4 wins. And he made some great throws, and he beat the Bills. But who have the Bills beat? Nobody, really? We got to chill. Jackson Dart has played 3 games. Jackson Dart could end up being better than Drake May and Bo Nix. If you're a Giants fan, you got to get off the pass with Brian Daboll. I know you were ready to kick him out and throw him in the garbage. But there's new life here. There's new life here. I think you should be excited to see what they do with extra time to prepare for a team that was just in London struggling against the New York Jets. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. 1 hour left. Call me up. I will be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Cam Scadova was going and is like a legend in the making for the Giants fan and football fans.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're tired of dealing with neck pain, backaches, even sciatica, stop messing around and go see my guys at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. That's Dr. Shah, Dr. Koh, and Dr. Siddhapara. They've got offices in Colonia, Inglewood, and Livingston, and here's the best part. They focus on non-opioid, minimally invasive, non-surgical treatments. Real solutions that can actually get you back to feeling like yourself again. Don't take my word for it. Thousands of 5-star reviews trust Samwell. So turn to Samwell Pain for relief. Go to SamwellPain.com. That's SamwellPain.com.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need.
transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, an Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Well, the Yankees left to answer the questions as to why they didn't bring home a title once again, and Aaron Boone not running from the expectations.
I can't tell you anything to make you feel good that, ultimately it's about us winning number 28. And all I can tell you is I'm working my butt off to try and be a part of helping us bring that back.
Meanwhile, Brian Cashman joined our own Evan and Tiki right here in the Fan, shot back at the front office and the data usage being too involved in their process.
There's always the boogeyman of other people are making the calls. Analytics. People like to throw that too, and none of that's accurate.
As for next year, Anthony Volpe won't be ready for opening day. They hope April or May. Carlos Rodon, surgery, likely missed the first couple weeks of the season. No surgery for Giancarlo Stanton or Aaron Judge, both expected to be ready for spring training. Blue Jays back-to-back wins tied the ALCS at 2 as they dominate the Mariners 8-2. Dodgers suffocate the Brewers 3-1 as LA has allowed just 3 runs total in the 3 games. They're a game away from the sweep. Icy Hot Bowl went to the Bengals. They shocked the Steelers 33-31. Joe Flacco 342, 3 touchdowns, outdueled Aaron Rodgers, who threw for 249 and 4 scores. Austin Matthews overtime game winner. Maple Leafs outlast the Rangers 2-1. 22 saves for Igor Shesterkin. Devils handle the Panthers 3-1. Goals for Timo Meyer, Nico Hischier, and Jack Hughes. And Bo Horvat a hat trick. The Islanders dispose of Edmonton 4-2. 49 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
In the chat, right? Because I said, I was in college the last time the Yankees won the World Series. And I said, in that time frame, a baby was born and is now behind the wheel of a car, right? Is learning to drive. And he said, nah, Keith has a 16-year-old. Would have thought bro was like 25, to be honest. If I had a 16-year-old kid right now, I wouldn't be here right now. Like, I wouldn't have made it here if I had a kid coming out of college. Plan B was available for the low. But the chat goes on. And I was saying, when the Yankees talk about, we failed at our ultimate goal for 16 years, the league has changed so much. And you've been at the top of the league. You've gotten to the dance all of those times. You've had 33 winning seasons. Like, in that time span, from October 2009 to October 25, someone had a child, and now that child is on the road with a new driver sticker on the back of the car. And then also in the chat, let's bring in Fleegs. Shout out to my guy JP in the chat. He said, we need a John Boy lip reading for that silent rant you just did to the booth guy. So Fleegs and I have the talk back button. And so after Ray was, calling with his stuff about Brian Daboll and Bo Nix or whatever, and I was just, and shout out to Ray. I love Ray. He's a good caller, good Yankee fan, and he's not completely wrong, but there were just some things that I had to clean up, and I feel like that's the job of the host. If there's something that's like, nah, that's not it. So when talking about, him not drafting Bo Nix, who cares? I think Malik Neighbors is going to be a better pro, and so far is definitely a more impactful, better pro than Bo Nix. Fleegs hit me, and he's like, yo, didn't we see the whole process behind them trying to get Drake May, trying to get Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, like of all the things we criticize teams for that we don't know, I joked to you, like we saw on Hard Knocks pretty much a whole episode of a docuseries of how much Brian Dable loved Jaden Daniels, especially in Drake May. We heard the reporting in the draft. They couldn't get him.
The only off-season Hard Knocks that we'll probably ever see, because nobody in the NFL will ever give us that access again. We saw the process of, them going to the combine, sitting down with Jaden Daniels, Drake May. They even had Jaden Daniels in the building here in East Rutherford. Like, we saw, they wanted those guys, but it takes two to tango. We even saw, Joe Shane went in Indianapolis to talk to the Patriots. He tried to trade up for Drake May. They couldn't get him, but now they have Jackson Dart, and not for nothing, Jackson Dart has played 3 games, and he is balled out. He has made some ridiculous plays. I forget who he's in the company with. Is it maybe Mahomes or Manning or Marino? For him to have 3 games where the opening drive, he got money, he got paid. 3 opening drives in the NFL as a rookie to run an NFL offense and go down there and get cash, get points. I don't know how you're not believing. I don't know how you're not watching this young man and saying, I can't wait to watch him go up against this Broncos defense. And if he gets busy against them, there should be no non-believers left. Carlos is in Clifton on the Fan. What's up, Carlos?
Hey, Keith, you just stole some of my thunder. I'm not a delusional Giants fan, and I'm not saying some of those guys that called, but their takes were, incredible. They haven't seen that we have gotten incrementally better. We're not going to just start running. We got to walk first. Dable said he never got his guy. Dable has his guy, and he's showing us this is his guy. Not only that, our line took some time to get healthy. Our defense is playing better. They put up this newspaper stuff. And the best thing that we have now as Giants fans, I see every week, is we have a puncher's chance. We didn't have that the last couple of years. It was just we're going into Sunday to take this L. How much are we going to lose by? Now it's we might get this W. And that's how I feel in this Denver game, because every circuit, Giants don't got a chance. They were saying the same thing against Philly. I love it. Let's go, G-Men. Let's go.
Great call, Carlos. There is optimism, and then there is delusion. And you sound optimistic, not delusional. You just saw them beat the Eagles. You saw them beat the Chargers. They can beat the Broncos. That football is shaped funny. It can bounce any kind of way. And I know Sean Payton, obviously his history with the Giants, he knows not to play around. And after they played around with the Jets, but it was London, that's quirky, it's a little different. It's a neutral site, it's whatever. I bet they practice hard and they're trying to clean it up so that they don't get embarrassed by Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo. And yes, Carlos, Andrew Thomas is back. I don't know if we speak on that enough. Jackson Dart was speaking about it, how we can trust him. That's a safety blanket. That's comfort, right? Not James Hudson. Now Andrew Thomas is back. He's not on a pitch count. He's out there, and he doesn't give up anything. Nobody gets by him. And that helps the entire line. High tide raises all ships. Jermaine Illuminor was gushing over, he's been around Tom Brady, he's been around Lamar Jackson, but to play with a quarterback like this, they're believing. And it doesn't matter if it's Wan'Dale Robinson, if it's Lil Jordan Humphrey, if it's these tight ends, whatever. They believe that they can move the ball and score points against whomever. This is going to be the biggest test for them the entire season, this Broncos defense. And to me, that's cinema. That's box office. I will be glued to that game. I will be looking at personnel. I will be looking at matchup. I will be fascinated to see if they score on the first drive this week. Let's go to Mike in Old Bridge on the Fan. Thanks for holding, Mike. You got it.
Good evening, Keith. Thank you so much for taking my call and sharing your platform with me. I am a diehard Jets fan. I spoke to Chris the other night when I called in. I just wanted to make a few quick points, if I may. The concerning thing for the Jets right now, as I've been looking at the schedule throughout the night, is I was very optimistic that within the next 3 games, the Jets would at least run into 1 win, right? So you got the Panthers Sunday. They're coming off an emotional high, beating the Dallas Cowboys, and they're 3-3. But the Panthers really don't win on the road. So this is a prove-it game for that organization to come on the road, and obviously there's no Garrett Wilson Sunday, so that's going to make Fields Day even harder. So then you look at the Bengals, and obviously I'm sure you know what happened tonight, with the Bengals beating a very solid Steelers
so
team.
that outlook has just changed as of tonight.
Yes, exactly, Keith. So now the Jets would then, let's just theoretically say, go on their bye week without Garrett Wilson the next 2 weeks, right? Then they go on their bye week, they beat 0-8. Okay, so then I don't really imagine Dylan Gabriel and the Browns coming to MetLife Stadium and beating us. I mean, if that happens...
Yeah, but their defense is really good versus a negative offense.
No, completely respect your point. You're absolutely right. There's no arguing that point. That's a legitimate fact. But for me right now, Aaron Glenn, instead of just lucking into 1 win that we foresee as a fan base, Aaron Glenn needs to tone down the rhetoric with the press conferences. And what I mean by that is we understand the media can get under all types of people. It's too much. It's too much when he was talking in the beginning.
It doesn't help anything.
It doesn't help. No, it doesn't help. It's okay if this is his demeanor. Hell, it would be okay if we were 3-3 and this was his demeanor. And Keith, I can make an argument right now, and I'm not going to waste too much more of your time, but I can make an argument the Jets should be 3-3, but they're not. They're 0-6. So what I will say is this. My last point is this. He also needs to find an inspiring victory to build off of that no one's actually counting on this team to win. So you know what? Bryce Young's coming to MetLife Sunday. My message to Jets fans, if there are any left of us listening right now, pack MetLife Stadium as best as you could. Sure, it's a dump. We all know that. We understand it's difficult. We know the traffic. Get to MetLife Stadium and try supporting this because, Keith, like you mentioned before in your show, and you made a great point, I don't think Glenn's going anywhere. So guess what? This is our bed. Woody Johnson made our bed. We have to lay in it. Whatever happens next happens. Whether we trust this regime or not as a fan base, we kind of have no choice. So right now, I would root for wins. We need to start some sort of a culture. Congratulations to the Giants. They're starting their culture. I mean, come on. Everybody wanted Dable out of town. WFAN's airwaves, they were burning up these last few weeks. Dable. The guy got his quarterback, and all of a sudden, the Giants look like a fun team to watch.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Yeah, I was there. They are a fun team to watch. A few things, like they were flying planes over MetLife, and then Brian Dable said, "It's my decision. We're going with Jackson Dart." Changed everything. They were going to fly fire everyone. John Mara fixed his message, whatever, over the stadium. The last NFL game played in that stadium that I was at, the vibe, at least that I caught from being at the Savvy Seats tailgate, then coming across the tunnel and being in the parking lot for a little bit and then enter the stadium, was a vibe of and we were coming off the Yankees losing and being eliminated, and a lot of Giants fans are Yankees fans. And even if you're not, the vibe was more pain, more suffering. Oh, God, here come the Eagles. Saquon Barkley last time, had a career high and called the dogs off or didn't get his career high. They thought that the Eagles were going to be pissed off after losing to the Broncos, and now this is going to be the game that they target A.J. Brown. We're going to be on a national spotlight. We don't win primetime games. We're coming off of turning over the ball 5 times against the Saints. Woe is me. What is going to happen? And then what happened was Jackson Dart happened and Cam Scatteraboo happened. And I watched that stadium flip from Fly Eagles Fly, EAG, and these big green hats and Kelly green jerseys to Giants fans high-fiving and pumping their chests out and hugging each other and oh, we're back in our building. I even said, I'm wait, Giant Stadium can be fun, when the Giants are good. You think the Jets fans don't want that? I was saying it earlier this week. You think Jets fans aren't showing up there similar to Giants fans, almost kind of like dragging ass into the building like, oh, here we go. What are we going to see? Any given Sunday, you want to see success. You want to be wrong. You want to be surprised. Aaron Glenn doubling down in the media. It's like, bro, don't do that because these fans, like, you can't beat the fans. You can't beat the media. And if it goes south on Sunday, here come the boos. If it goes south on Sunday, comes the fire Glenn chants. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, don't add to that. Chill, change your approach, and start to prepare and be ready to play and compete. You're at a disadvantage just because of the players that you don't have. I can make an argument that there are 4 games that you could have or should have won. The Jets could have beat the Steelers, in my opinion. They could have beat the Buccaneers, in my opinion. They could have beat the Dolphins, in my opinion. And they could have beat the Broncos, in my opinion. The NFL, because those were all one-score games, the NFL is decided every week in the witching hour with one-score games that go a different way from a field goal or a turnover or a last-minute touchdown. But you got to know how to do that and get it done to win. They're finding out that Aaron Glenn is a whole rookie and he does not know how to do the little things. His coaching staff, they don't know how to do the little things to win. And the players, most of them have been perennial losers here. They don't know either. So it's tough. It's uphill. But the Panthers, now we're speaking on the Panthers, when they've gone on the road, that was also a great point that you made. The Panthers this year lost to the Jaguars on the road. They lost to the Cardinals on the road. They lost to the Patriots on the road. They haven't won a road game. They beat the Falcons at home. They barely beat the Dolphins at home. They barely beat the Cowboys at home. But they also might have a little bit of turmoil this week depending on the situation in the backfield with Chuba Hubbard coming back and Rico Dowdle having 200-yard games and them saying, oh, you're a running back too. This is our running back that we drafted and we paid. This is your first year here. We appreciate your service, but we're going to give, the lion's share to Chuba Hubbard. Stay tuned for that. Can the Jets defense show up and shut them down like they shut down J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey? Can the Jets defense get some turnovers, take the ball out like they did last week? Can the Jets special teams step up and now the offense come along and move the football and run the ball and throw some screens and take some shots downfield and surprise us? There are Jets fans that have season tickets. They're going to the stadium. They want to be happy. They want to celebrate a win. They want to walk out of that building like Jets fans have been able to walk out of the building the last 2 home games. Let's go to Luigi in White Plains. What's up, Luigi?
What's up, brother? Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
You got it.
I know you guys have been talking about the Giants and the Jets. I'm a Giants fan. I just want to say quickly, I want to make my point, then I want to listen to you, okay? So give me 30 seconds. I think the Giants are going the right way. I want to touch about the Yankees. I'm sick and tired of listening to Cashman for the last 10-plus years giving us an excuse where, they're good here, they're good there, they win 90-plus games, but can't win the World Series. Can't be the champions of the champions. So I hate to say it, I feel like the Yankees became a regular team where, they make the playoffs and they're happy. We're the New York Yankees. We shouldn't be happy that we make the playoffs every year. We shouldn't be happy that we win 90-plus games a year. We need to win World Series with the New York Yankees. And I think we're starting to forget that we're not the New York Yankees anymore. We're not the Mets. The Mets are happy if they make the playoffs. They get to the second round, they're happy. Other teams are happy. We're supposed to win. I don't want to say every year, but I hate to say it. They're starting to get us fans used to saying, you know what, we win 90-plus games every year. We're okay with it. We're going to win 1 or 2 rounds, but we're not going to win the World Series. I'm tired of it. What do you think about that? And I'm going to hang up and listen to what you got to.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, they were the New York Yankees. I say things like Peter Pan has to leave Never Never Land. Santa Claus isn't real anymore. I have grown up to realize that the Yankees have grown out of the standard that they set. Their standard now is let's be competitive for 162 games. Let's make sure we have a winning season, even if it's 82-80. Let's qualify and hope. Let's just do enough. We can get by. We can get by playing players that are injured, hurt. It's who we have. We can get by playing players who are washed, don't have it. DJ LeMahieu, Aaron Hicks, Josh Donaldson. Like, we can get by, passing on trades, passing on signing top players, different makers in Major League Baseball because we've got enough. You don't have enough because you come up short all the time. And you are no different than other teams in Major League Baseball that say, oh, we've won one World Series in the last 20, 25 years. Think about it. Like, they've won one World Series. And I know we count the 16-year drought. And I even made the analogy of a baby being born in 2009, now getting behind the wheel of a car. But, like, there was also a gap between the three-peat. And if you go back to that and then count the one championship to where we are now, it's 25 years. So, like, the New York Yankees' new standard is winning in the regular season, but also not winning enough in the regular season. Like, you win one more game. If you had a little bit more urgency, you win the division, and that can change your course. You have a bye week. You can set your pitching up differently. You have home field advantage. When you don't have home field advantage, the history says you lose. But they have this weird arrogance and pride. They have this weird, almost like, I don't know how to put it into words anymore. I'm so tired of talking about it because it's lame as hell. I feel bad for the kids that are like 21, 25, 30 even, because you don't recall 2009. You damn sure don't recall 96, 98, 99, 2000. And now, you're a diehard Yankees fan based off of what your fathers and uncles and cousins and big brothers have told you. And you've gotten so geeked up every year thinking, this is the year we're picked to be the favorites. We're picked to go to the World Series. We got a $300 million payroll. We've got the MVP. We signed this guy, that guy. We got Garrett Cole. We got Max Fried. We got Cody Bellinger. We've got Stanton. And it's just year after year, they don't do the things to get over the hump. They do enough. And then they tell themselves at the end of the year, oh, we failed again. Ultimately, we came up short. We tried. We had some success. No, the standard was the World Series. The standard was championships. Now the standard is let's have a winning record. Let's beat up on these bum teams in the league, get fat off them. And, if we don't win the World Series, we're not that bad. Look at our 33 consecutive winning seasons. Who else can say that? Like, we look at the Boston Red Sox, who have, in this last 25 years, more chips than us. But we look at them and we're like, whatever. They have seasons where they come in last place. So what? They have parades. And I understand. It's New York. You can't come in last place because it'll get super loud and crazy. And I think, and I'm about to get back to the phone. I'm running out of time, and I'll say this because it goes into the whole business model. I think they know that they have to be competitive because, like, that's the whole business. They have shareholders. They need to sell tickets. They need to sell merchandise. They need to have star players. The Yankees don't have names on the back of their jerseys because their players are so famous, you know all their names, right? I haven't been this down on the Yankees because this isn't like when they were going out to trade for Juan Soto after missing the postseason. This isn't like them, missing out on the Juan Soto sweepstakes and saying, whatever, we had all that money to spend. We're going to spend it elsewhere. We're going to reload. Like, now I think they're just going to say, this is who we have. Anthony Volpe, when they asked Boone about Anthony Volpe starting at shortstop once he's healthy, the first thing Aaron Boone said was, yeah. And some people left that out in their reporting, and I went and commented on their tweets. 3 different people. I'm like, he did not say he's right in the mix. His first response was, yeah, when asked that, if Anthony Volpe's going to be the starting shortstop. So he's not going to be opening day because his recovery, they said he can't fall on the shoulder, he can't take a dive, whatever, for 6 months. But I bet you by May, he'll be playing some rehab games probably late April, May. And if he performs well for the Rail Riders or Somerset Patriots or whomever, yeah, they're going to send him. And I don't expect them to bring in Bo Bichette. I don't expect them to trade for Zach Neto. I don't expect them to do that. I expect them to say, that's why we traded for Caballero. Him and Oswaldo Cabrera can compete for the shortstop position. Maybe they can even platoon. And then when Volpe's ready, Volpe's our shortstop. These guys were talking about, and it's literally apples to oranges to me. They were talking about quarterbacks in the NFL that when they first come in the NFL, they don't have it. And then they go somewhere else, the Baker Mayfields of the world, the Sam Darnolds of the world. I'm like, what are we talking about? They're comparing Volpe to Dansby Swanson. I'm like, bro, I swear, this is getting so tired. Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan. What's up, Bruce?
Just a few points about the press conference. Number one, to show you how dysfunctional the Yankees are, Boone says, no problem. He wasn't affected during the year. And Cashman says, oh, yeah, he had surgery. He was.
They didn't have their stories lined up. They didn't talk about that one. But that's the manager saying, no, he was fine because I put him in the lineup every day. And then that's the general manager generally managing things after the fact saying, well, he needed surgery and he had his worst year ever. So clearly he was affected.
If I'm Hal Steinbrenner, don't you want to ask Brian Cashman? And
No, where was Hal?
What the hell are you doing?
Where was Hal?
I mean, well, he'll probably show up at the owners' meetings.
Okay, but no, I don't think Hal talks to Brian Cashman like that. And they said, oh, Hal's disappointed. He wants a championship. Yeah, so is Keith McPherson. So is Bruce. Like, where is Hal? I don't know, bro. I have not been this down on the state of the Yankees in a while because I feel like it's hard to get to the World Series. It clearly was hard. They got there and embarrassed themselves. I don't know when they're going to get back. And I'm looking at this American League like, why can't they get back next year or the year after? Because they won't do the things necessary to stack the deck and shore up the roster to do it.
And something struck me at the conference. I want to know if it struck you the same way. When Brian Cashman said, oh, we don't have an idea when we're going to meet for organization meetings. If George Steinbrenner was alive and you had lost in the round, and not only would they know what day it was, they probably would have the damn meeting.
It'd be in everybody's calendar. Rest in peace to George. There wasn't these advanced Google calendars and alerts in your iPhone, whatever. George would have sent everybody in the company, we're meeting this day at this time in this place. You better be there.
Didn't it strike you odd that they don't have a date yet? Didn't it strike you odd? We don't know when we're going to have
It's laissez-faire. It's the country club. That's no big deal. It's whatever, man. It's participation trophy. This isn't that down of a year. We won a round. We beat Alex Cora. At least we didn't get eliminated by the Red Sox again. We got some get back up. Don't worry about the Blue Jays. They were due. They won the division this year. It's their year. Look at them. That's what I'm saying. Don't let them come back from down 2-0 to go to the World Series, and God forbid they go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers and their style of play or whatever, and they beat the Dodgers. Like, we'll never live that down. We'll never live it down.
And also, I want to set your mind at ease. The Yankees have enough pitching.
Cole is not going to be available, and that's another thing that we learned today about Rodon. And it made me wonder about Rodon not having it and then losing his control and throwing the ball to the backstop.
He's playing hurt. I understand it. But what I'm trying to tell you is, you got guys like Bryce Cunningham. You got guys like
they're kids though.
Black. Oh yeah,
Elmer Rodriguez, Cruz. They're going to compete in spring training, but I think we relied on Will Warren too much this year.
I understand, but you had guys like him who showed you, hey, I'm a damn good pitcher. Trust me. You want to sign somebody like Megan Kelly for 1 year, fine. But I'm not worried about the pitching staff. I really am not, because I know what they have down there, and they have enough to
I don't expect them to add. And people talking about trading for Tarek Skubal or Paul Skeens, that's not happening either.
And one last thing. I heard on this station after the press conference, to people, not fans, but talk show hosts saying, well, I don't know if you can rely on Volpe anymore. This is his fourth year, and look what he's done. The man played through a torn labrum, and you have talk show hosts who say, we don't know if we can trust Volpe. Let the kid play healthy for a year and see what happens. How can you knock Volpe?
It was detrimental. It was negligent. It was just flat out stupid for them to. And you know what I heard Cash say? Like, yeah, I talked to him, and he said, he's never felt better. If somebody has a torn labrum and tells you they've never felt better, that's clearly a lie. Because you can't have a torn labrum and say you've never felt better. You would feel better before you tore your labrum. That is a young man that is trying to shoo you away because he does not want to lose his job, his opportunity. He's already struggled for 3 years, and now he's got a torn labrum. He's not going to tell the general manager of the team that he's feeling it, but it was clear that he was overcompensating. It was clear that, injuries make a coward out of all of us. He's not fielding the ball properly. He's not throwing the ball properly. He's striking out 150 times. He's leading the league in errors. He was leading the league in runners left on base this year, and they knew he was hurt. It makes no sense to me that they didn't take the easy out. The easy out was to put him on the IL. The easy out was to shut him down. He's not Judge. Nobody would have made a fuss about it to be like, oh, man, it's an injury he could have played through. We would have said, no, we don't want him to play through it.
I'm making a prediction right now. If he's healthy, he will show you. I mean, the kid has talent.
Let's not do any more of that because they keep playing the prediction that Cashman made to Joel Sherman and talking about, well, he was just getting his sea legs. And what are you going to say when Volpe kills it offensively? And we're waiting. And Cashman, I think, was just too proud and stuck and wanted to say these things. And it's like, bro, they're words, but it takes a lot. Thanks for the call, Bruce. But I don't know what to tell y'all because this would have been an off season for Volpe to get in the gym, for Volpe to get in the cage, for Volpe to get out on the field and drill and do work. And now he has to recover for this whole offseason. And then he can't start doing work until the season begins. So how is he going to improve? How is he going to get better? How is he going to change what we saw last year in that short amount of time and just come back and be the starting shortstop in May or June? It's a hole in the lineup. It's a hole in the roster. And they refuse to fix it because Cashman will tell you he was a first-round pick. You drafted him in the first round. Nobody else did. See, now I'm yelling. Now you're getting me upset. See, this is why I was trying to talk about everything else, bro. I was trying to talk about Aaron Rodgers versus Joe Flacco. I was trying to talk about the Devils. I was trying to do everything else. Now y'all getting me mad. Dave is in Rockland County on the fan. Go for it, Dave.
So I have a question. What do the Yankees have to lose by not signing a guy trading for Tarek Skubal? You're missing two star pitchers in Cole and in Rodon.
I would love to see him pitch in Yankee Stadium. He's nice. He doesn't give up anything. Nobody can, he strikes guys out. He can pitch the whole game. If he's on the trade market, he's on the table. He's in the American League on a team that went to back-to-back trips to the postseason. I would go get him. But you know what? I'm just a radio host, a has-been athlete, and just a Yankee fan that goes to 50 games a year and does the roll call. And I don't know anything, bro. I don't know.
I think they should definitely trade for him. What's the problem with having a good amount of solid pitching?
They're not going to because they'd have to give up Spencer Jones. They'd have to give up Jason Dominguez. They'd have to give up Cam Schlittler, Ben Rice. They're not doing that. Thanks for the call, Dave. That's not the type of time Cash is on. He's not. Positive, no surgery for Judge, but Judge is going to start his season in the World Baseball Classic. So he's going to start throwing and being in high leverage situations and very packed houses, and he's playing for the country. So hopefully Judge heals up because that World Baseball Classic and the practice and the beginning stages of that happens fast. That's coming fast. And yeah, Judge, I know a lot of you call to say put Judge at first base. Judge is playing right field. The big move of the offseason is going to be them bringing Belly back, and I hope they can get Belly for like less than $30 million a year. I don't know. I got a break. I'm running out of time. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. The Yankees grind my gears. Like I said, I listened to all that. I'm like, why am I even letting this? Like, this is taking up 2 hours of my day. I don't need to hear any of this. I already know what they're gonna say. Like, even like saying, oh yeah, no, there is no phone, and we don't tell Boone what to do. Even if you like, come on, bro, why would they tell you the truth? What does that fix now? What does that help now? Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
The Scarlet Knights return home hungry for their first Big Ten win of the season. But standing in their way are the high-flying Oregon Ducks.
Touchdown, Rutgers!
Kickoff is tomorrow at 6:30. The home of Rutgers Big Ten football is WFAN. Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey app.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
When it comes down to finding the lowest price on Michelin winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tires' guaranteed lowest price. And when it comes to free services, nobody gives you more free services on your Michelin winter tires than Town Fair Tire. So why look for Michelin winter tires anywhere but Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed best deals? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah, right back at it on the Fan, KM to AM. Quick one. But we'll rehash all of this at 7 p.m. Not much is going to change by then, and I'm sure we'll go over the same things. It's a football Friday, and more people are going to call and talk about Cashman and Boone and the state of the Yankees. Like I said, I'm down after all that, man. I just know that they are stubborn. They have too much foolish pride. They don't look at things like we look at it. Even like I was saying something like about Judge that they came out with today. Talking, I think they were asked about like Judge's window. I'm trying to find in my notes where this was. And Cashman like minimized it. Yeah, Fireside Yankees put out Brian Cashman on whether he's trying to maximize the final years of Aaron Judge's prime. And the quote was, "I just look at putting the best team available together. I don't look at it as we have to maximize this or that." Of course not, because like this is not a special player to you. Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, those guys weren't different to you. These are assets. These are guys that are paid a certain amount and are a certain age and have numbers attached to them with their batting average and their OPS and what they can do in the field and defensive metrics. And there are no windows for these players. I'm not trying to maximize Judge's window. This is my window. Brian Cashman's window is wide open. Air flows in all day, every day. He's the eternal GM. What are you talking about? Like maximize these next couple years of Judge. Window's wide open for me. So, yeah, we might as well stop that. I will stop the narrative behind Cashman is getting old because he can do this job until he's dead. I will stop the narrative behind 2 years of Aaron Boone's contract because they can keep extending him. If they get to another World Series and lose, they can give him another extension. I will stop the narrative of Judge is getting old, Cole is getting old, Stanton is already old. They need to win now because there is no urgency around that for them. They feel like they have enough. And I don't know what they're going to do this offseason, but I have no expectations. I am not excited. I'm not. I am not looking forward to it. I am setting my expectations at nothing. Maybe at Cody Bellinger. Like some of you think they can get Kyle Tucker and Cody Bellinger. They're not, bro. And some of you asking where Hal is. I would love to see where Hal is. Hal, tell us how much you're willing to spend. Does your disappointment push you to the level where you'll stop at no cost? What are we talking about, bro? Doug is in Jersey City on the fan. What's up, Doug?
Hello. I really enjoy your program. I just wanted to talk about. I'm a Mets fan. I'm a diehard Mets fan since I was a small child. But this year, for some reason, I've listened to a lot of Yankee games, and I enjoy the games. I enjoy the announcers. But I just want to say, we keep talking about it's Boone and Cashman, but nobody talks about what the biggest problem is, why they haven't won a championship in 16 years.
They don't hit in the postseason.
What?
They don't hit in the postseason.
Can I ask you what you think the main reason is that they haven't
They don't
won?
hit in the postseason. I watched them strike out, squeeze the bat, not get runners on, not pass the baton, not hit home runs like these other teams hit home runs. The guys that you see hit in the regular season, they fold in the postseason. It doesn't matter who it is. I've jokingly gone through the names over the years.
There's a bigger reason that I don't hear anybody talk about, and it's a very simple reason. The playoff structure is different. You have 12 teams in the postseason. When I listen to Yankee fans, you sound like a bunch of spoiled brats. You didn't win. Well, let me tell you something. You got to get used to it because that's the way it's going to be from now on. Because there's 12 teams. You have 1 in 12 chance. When the Yankees, how many? They've got 27 championships.
What do you say about the Dodgers? Let's counter with what? Why are the Dodgers? And because of their loophole, because of the deferred money, they're able to stack the deck with better players, proven players that do hit. Why are they on their way back to the World Series?
There's still a major element of luck involved. And when you have, look at the Yankees this year. They would have to have won 4 series to win the World Series. It's very.
And if they would have won one more game, they would have had a less series to play. Thanks for the call, Doug. I just disagree. Baseball has changed year after year after decade. When the Yankees won all of their World Series, there was none of this. They're the New York Yankees. And when we say that stupid phrase, what we mean is they're in New York. They have all the money. They have all the profit, all the fans, all of the assets, all of the resources to build a championship caliber team. But they cut corners and they find ways to justify not doing that. And then they do stupid stuff like let a 24-year-old kid go out there with an injury and play every single day when he's not performing, and they don't use that injury to get him out of there. It's stupid, man. And then, heads have to roll. I didn't hear enough about Harkey today, but Cashman said something like, every year I'm in charge. Every year I'm charged with making tough decisions. And, I look at Harkey, I'm like, did Harkey speak up at the end of the year? Did he have something to say? Did he have something to say against some of Cashman and Fishman and Boone's decisions and Lane's for, we got to get Luke Weaver right? Why? He's not going to be back. Well, you got to squeeze the last bit of Luke Weaver out, hoping he can turn back into 2024 Luke Weaver before he hits free agency and never pitches for the Yankees again? Why? Justin is in Floral Park on the fan. What's up, Justin?
Please couldn't agree with you more. Number one, great picture with you and the Donnie Pucks. Love that. Number one with Don LaGreca.
Don LaGreca calling the game. Put a pitchfork in him. It was fun. And he's the man. He always shows me love whenever I run into him. Even before I was doing radio, going to see his live show, talking to him online. He was happy to see me. He was telling other people about me. I'm flattered by Don LaGreca listening to my show, knowing who I am and caring.
Yeah, he knows his hockey in and out. Keith, listen, it's the same old story with this team, Keith. There's really They have no plan, Keith. They really don't. They know how to build a team for the regular season. It's a big difference in building a team in the postseason. Cashman is just got too much pride. He'll never bring in a guy from Houston, so we can forget about bringing in Kyle Tucker because, he's part of a cheating scandal team. It's just all about ego with this guy. He's worried about what Jeter and A-Rod are saying on Fox. They're what the freaking team is. notice how many times he talked about Jeter and A-Rod?
Yeah, here,
It's
right on this
pathetic.
station. I was like, okay, good. At least that takes away from the issues. Like fans, we don't have issues with Jeter and A-Rod. They won. Jeter won a lot. Like we don't care what they have to say. A lot of fans echo what they have to say.
Shot at A-Rod. Oh, A-Rod got his one championship. Jeter won a lot more. Dude, Cash, when the hell's the last time you won, bud? You haven't won in 16 years with that payroll. That's embarrassing, Keith. Embarrassing. I mean, that's not something to be proud of.
Right.
Okay? And not, no offense, but when he won at the beginning, those were Gene Michaels guys.
No,
okay,
it can be offense.
One championship.
We all have the right to say that, though. We all have the right to say you inherited that, bruh.
Correct. So
when I see rich kids and I see them flashing money that they inherited from their family and their dad, I'm like, that you didn't earn that money. You didn't make that money. That was given to you.
Know, Hal loves him so much. He's like another Steinbrenner's, family member. This guy's going nowhere. Keith, it's doom and gloom with this team. They'll be great during the regular season. They'll hit all their home runs. But when the money's on the line, like you said, the bats get tight. They don't know how to situationally hit. Whatever reason, the bullpen goes to crap.
It's just a terrible setup. Thanks for the call, Justin. It's just a terrible setup for the fans that feel like they have the best player in the game, that they always have talent. It's a tease. It's a tease. They come out of the season in the beginning of the season super hot. They make you think, wow, this is the team. I'm falling in love with this team. I'm getting butterflies. This could be the year. They start comparing their winning percentage to Yankees of the past that have won, and then the June Boone swoon hits, and then they have injuries, and the trade deadline comes, and whatever, bro. Like, fool me, can't fool me again. I'm getting too old for it. I've lived it for these last few years, and I understand that it's not going to change until somebody gets pissed off and makes changes. Instead, they're going to continue to go about it in the same way, and they will play the game like, oh, could we spend here? No, we don't have to spend here. We have this, or we have this lesser option. And hey, what you do in the dark comes to the light all the time with the Yankees. Where you cut corners, you come up short every single time. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. Go for it, Ross.
Keith, what's up, man? I'll be quick. I know you're up against it. I'm so glad you just name dropped "Fool Me, Can't Fool Me Again." That's pretty much the whole premise of my call. I'm hearing all these calls, scat and dart, right? What do you always say, too, about, like, pulling wool over our eyes and the fact we're still getting our legs pissed on and people telling us it's raining? I mean, time after time, bro, the Mike White game, right, La Frontier, name after name. Now I got to go on Twitter and see. It's just like it's full circle, bro. This time last year, Jet Williams, who feels like our version of the Martian. I've been hearing the name for 5 years. Still haven't seen him on the big league roster. Brandon Spro, who stinks, is the reason why we don't have Garrett Crochet. Now, this time around, we're not going to get Tarek Skubal because Nolan McLean's the greatest six-inch sliced bread. I'm telling you, bro, I may be a Met fan, but you're talking to the number one Nolan McLean hater going into next year. I'm going to hate watch this whole season, bro, because he's Brandon Spro all over again. We're not going to get Skubal.
Thanks for the call. See, Ross is a young guy that's had nothing but pain. It makes you mad as hell. Shout out to my guy, Bourbon Legend. He's like, you're scaring me, bro. You better be in Tampa in March. Of course I'm going to be in Tampa. Of course I'm going to be at spring training. Of course I'm going to go to Yankee Stadium. But I'm just like, you get beaten down and battered now. Like, you're not going into these Yankee seasons year after year now actually thinking they could do it. The more that they don't. Like, they went to the World Series and lost 2 years ago. So now I just think we're in another drought. And we're about to hit the longest drought in franchise history. Maybe Big Mac will come in here and flip the script and tell you something different. He's next. I'm out.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
It's not just the new energy of Cam Scatterbo. Like, defensively, and we've seen signs of it this year. It hasn't been complete, but we've seen signs of what they're capable of.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Boomer and Gio. Boomer and Gio is both a radio show and a podcast. You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights. Just open up your favorite podcast app, search Boomer and Gio, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time. Tired of the same old golf routine? The Rock Golf Club is for the select few who understand golf is more than a game. Join me at the best club on Long Island. No tee times, just incredible greens and great people. It's premier, it's exclusive, and we're intentional about who joins us. Located just 25 minutes from the Hamptons on the North Fork, the Rock Golf Club is a place where the focus is solely on the sport. Visit playtherockgolfclub.com to learn more about this one-of-a-kind experience. That's playtherockgolfclub.com.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Elevate Premium Hydrogen-Infused Water, the world's first and only super water. No Anthony Volpe to begin the season. They hope he's available April or May after shoulder surgery. And Carlos Rodon likely to miss the first couple weeks to begin the year. Good news for Aaron Judge, though, no surgery. Should be good to go for spring training. Brian Cashman joined our own Evan and Tiki right here on The Fan. Shot back at the criticism coming from Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez that Cash is micromanaging Aaron Boone and actually making the moves.
I've never picked the lineup. We've never picked the lineup. We don't tell him who to play. We don't tell him who to pitch. whether it's the 10 or the rotation. We do have conversations like every organization, about, what's best.
Meanwhile, Max Scherzer.
Yeah, you tell him, Cash. You tell him.
No, you don't want to get a big sigh while you're having the conversation.
We'll do it later. But I'm just,
Oh, big sigh?
That got me pumped up.
All right, that's got you going? All right. Phone doesn't actually work in the dugout either. He lets you know.
That's right. It's illegal.
It's illegal.
We all know it's nonsense.
It's illegal.
I loved how he said, we'll do it later, but I loved how he said, they're both picking me to win the World Series. Then it's the worst roster he's ever seen. He's right. It's exactly what Alex Rodriguez did. They're going to win the World Series. They lose. It's the worst roster. It's got 60 H's and 3 left-handed catchers.
Max Scherzer fired 5 2/3 innings, a 2-run ball. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. his 5th home of the playoffs. Blue Jays dismissed the Mariners 8-2, tied the series at 2. Dodgers took out the Brewers 3-1. They're up 3-0. Thursday night football. How about Joe Flacco? 342 in the air, 3 touchdowns. The Bengals stunned the Steelers 33-31. Aaron Rodgers 249 and 4 touchdowns in the loss. Austin Matthews lit the lamp in overtime, lifted the Maple Leafs by the Rangers 2-1. Timo Meyer, your go-ahead in the third. Devils handle the Panthers 3-1, and a hat trick for Bo Horvat. Islanders dumped Edmonton 4-2. 49 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Get ready.
Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 203 on The Fan. McMonigle here with you on a football Friday morning. 888-808-1019. We got Fleegs on the other side. And we're taking your phone calls for the next 3 hours till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. Again, 888-808-1019. We'll get to Brian Cashman and the press conference. We'll get to it. I know I had a little fun there in the update. We'll get into the things I didn't like, the things I will Brian Cashman shill and push back on. But it would be disrespectful. I have to admit this. I was thinking about where do I go? Where's the open? 6-7. I had to do it. My kids won't stop with it. But I was like, where? Because I'm putting my hands up and down right now. If you're watching on YouTube, you saw me. Where do I go at the open? And I couldn't help but think to myself, yeah, I know the Yankees had one of those famous press conferences that we love so much, and everybody's ready to talk about all their problems, and we will get to it at 888-808-1019. But it would be disrespectful on a football Friday to not give the Giants their due because, it's a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, we thought we wouldn't have any interesting football Fridays. We thought we wouldn't be able to talk about local football Fridays. We thought we'd be stuck on Thursday night games, and last night was a doozy. How about that, Jet fans? Watching 2 aging veteran quarterbacks who used to be on your team go up and down the field in an interesting, exciting, back-and-forth football game. Joe Flacco's been there for 8 days, played 2 games. He's thrown for 3 touchdown passes, beating the Steelers. While your quarterback is throwing negative 10 yards. Oh, my God. We'll get into the Mets as well, watching someone with playoff failures for them dominate in a baseball game. But we'll start with the New York Giants because today is as exciting a football Friday and getting ready for as big a Giant game as we have prepared for at the end of October and forever. And you look at this matchup right now against the Broncos, and it's starting to get exciting. And this is what I talked about Jackson Dart and the test this is going to be. And now you look, he's no longer a secret in the NFL. Him and Scatterbo have kind of become a little bit of the toast of the town. They did it nationally against the Eagles. They're ripping their shirts off on the post-game show last Thursday night. And suddenly, I don't know why, but the Broncos decide to talk. Whether it's linebacker Jonathan Cooper, he's talking about, Jackson Dart likes to dance. He's wearing his chains. He's feeling himself right now. You got Nick Bonito, one of the best pass rushers in the game, talking about how the Giant fans are delusional. There's no more delusional fan base than the New York Giants. He took it down already. But for some reason, they've got some juice. They've got some juice, and the Broncos are feeling the Giant juice. That's right, they're feeling the Giant juice. And this is now the first real, this is where it goes from nice story. I know Philadelphia's good. I know. And I know the Chargers are good. And to beat the Chargers his first game, it's a different look. Chargers didn't know what to expect. There was no tape on them. They played well. Right? The Eagles, two opponents that know each other extremely well, and the Eagles are in one of these funks. And if you look traditionally at the Eagles, when they lose, they kind of go on these streaks of losing. It takes a little bit, then they find themselves eventually, or we saw a couple years ago, they go on that streak of losing all the way through the end of the season. And you could argue, well, the Giants played them at a perfect time. They're kind of dysfunctional right now, the offensive coordinator, blah, blah, blah. You go on the road. You get ready for a game against this defense that's played extremely well on a winning streak, and you're going up against a team that right now is a touchdown favorite, a team with a better defense, a team with a better coach, right? I mean, Sean Payton is one of the great offensive minds and head coach, Super Bowl champion, the whole nine. There's matchups on the road in Denver against a top-level defense, against a top-level head coach. And you're going on the road with Jackson Dart in this offense looking to make a statement. This is now the game for me. We've talked about it all week. I've sprinkled it in a little bit. But I look at this game. This is the first test. As we got the Broncos talking, as we got the rumors of them going big game hunting for a wide receiver to improve this roster, to give Jackson Dart another weapon, to give this team that is now hopefully trying to make inroads into getting back into this season, back into the in the mix part of the television. There's a lot of excitement around this team right now. And if they go into this is the test for a young quarterback. This is the test for a coach who's starting to feel himself, who we talked about. Bang the table for this quarterback. Bang the table to start this quarterback when others didn't want to do it. And they've gone out there and they've played well, even offensively, outside of the turnovers against New Orleans. They've played well offensively. Scatterboo has made a difference. He's made a difference. The entire team is feeling it. This defense is going to go up against Sean Payton and an offense that struggled last week, a young quarterback in his second year who's played a little bit more like the beginnings of his rookie year as opposed to the end of his rookie year. Go out there, get some pressure, make this quarterback make mistakes. But for me, this is a game and a test for the New York Giants, a measuring stick of exactly who they are. And are we, as Nick Benito called the Giant fan base? Well, I mean, he tweeted out, there's no more delusional fan base. We're assuming he means the Giants. But are we that? Is this fan base just delusional and excited over a couple of games where a quarterback and a new offense has surprised a couple of teams, given a different look than we've seen from the Giants in a while, and won a couple of games, played an Eagles team that's, in the middle of one of their swoons before they get it right and go on a championship run? Or is this team something different? Has this changed? Has this quarterback changed? Because I'm telling you, the Giants and Jackson Dart haven't seen this. I know that the Chargers were playing well. They were undefeated. The defense was playing well. But, I mean, you're going up against a team that legit is good. This defense, it's not going to be easy to run the football. They're going to get some pressure. This offensive line, it's a real test for this offensive line that we always have concerns about. Even with Andrew Thomas back, they've played better, but this is the first real test. They have not seen a defense like this. Right? No wide receivers going up against Patrick Surtain. That defensive pass rush, this is going to be a real test on the coach. It's going to be a real test on the coordinator in Kafka, and on the play calling, on the quarterback. This is a game where you go in and many ways, early on in the season at 2-4, this is a season-defining game. Because I suppose they could go in there and play fairly well and lose a game and get some moral victories. And then what do they become? Right? There's like three outcomes here. They get their ass kicked, right? Let's go from worst to best. They go in there and they're not ready for prime time. They're not ready for this defense. They're not ready for this matchup. They're not ready for Sean Payton. They're not ready to go play and win and compete in a game like this across the country against an opponent like this. They get their ass kicked, and then they become what we feared they would be, or what we probably expected they would be, certainly after 0-3. A team that's all about developing a young quarterback. And next week against the Eagles probably isn't that important. And you assume you're going to go into, that building with a pissed-off Eagles team looking for revenge, and you're expecting the same thing you got against Denver. And the season just becomes, maybe now you lessen the stud level of wide receiver that you bring in, and you're just looking to give him something, and you're trying to develop him, and you want to see where this team, where he can go and how he can improve. You go in there and fight and have a good game and barely lose, but acquit yourself well, look like a team who belonged on the field, and then suddenly it's, listen, they're building. This is the process, right? They're building. They should be a competitive team all year. Like, there's moral victories to take from this, yada, yada. Then you go in there and you could possibly win this football game, and suddenly that changes who they are. Now they're a team that beat Harbaugh and Herbert and the Chargers. You're a team that beat the defending world champions. And now you're a team that beat Sean Payton, arguably one of the best defenses in the league, on the road, when they made it quite clear they're not taking you lightly. They made it quite clear they're aware of you. Whether it's to belittle them or not, you don't mention teams you're taking lightly. You don't mention teams you don't care about. You don't talk crap about quarterbacks that are non-important to you, or you're already on to next week. They're aware of the New York Giants. They're aware of the buzz. They're using it as some sort of, and we all know the coach is not going to be unaware of the New York Giants. They're already using the buzz that the fan base is feeling, that I'm trying to give to you right now. They're using that. They're making fun of that. They're using the idea that Jackson Dart and Scadaboo have become the toast of the town. And, Portnoy's on college football doing rants about how he's a 4th-round pick and, everything else. They've become a talking point of the NFL with how Jackson Dart has played. The Broncos know it. The Broncos are ready for this game. You go in there and you beat this coach. You beat that defense. You beat this team on the road as a touchdown underdog, and suddenly this season feels a hell of a lot different. And we get ready for next Sunday and Football Friday. I don't care what happens. That's what we're talking about. Here we are with an opportunity for this to be a huge turning point of a game. You got the Giants doing it as well. Abdul Carter sending out tweets. Kayvon Thibodeau sending out gifs of Denzel Washington. There's some juice, there's some buzz, there's ancillary stuff. It's more than just a lousy football game, another lousy game that the Giants are going to go get their ass kicked in. Nobody gives a damn. We're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. We're just waiting to see who's going to get, when the coach is finally going to get fired, who they're going to pick at the top of the draft. Those are normally the conversations that we're having. And instead, we've got stuff in the media. We got other players referencing the quarterback. We've got some juice. And you got a game that could shape the rest of this season. I cannot be more excited for this game come Sunday. This is a 10-pole game. This is a pendulum swing game. This is the game that the Giants either make a statement and put us in the frame of mind of, hey, go get that wide receiver because this team is good. They just beat a playoff team on the road. They're facing the Eagles. They just beat them 2 weeks ago. Everything changes depending on how this game is played. And I can't wait for it. 888-808-1019. We'll get to all the other stuff, too. I talked about the Jets watching Flacco and Rodgers again. Watch that game and tell me Rodgers is done. I know he lost the game, but the dude still moves. The dude still throws. He threw 70 yards in the air on the Hail Mary. He looked great. Flacco, unbelievable what Flacco did in this game. He just got there. All the talk about Tomlin pissed off about Flacco being traded there. He came out and kicked his ass up and down the field against that Steelers defense. An incredible performance. We'll get to the ALCS that is now tied at 2. Max Scherzer. Think about that for a Jet fan. We'll have a conversation on this a little bit later. Think of a Jet and Met fan watching those two performances last night. You're watching Joe Flacco, a guy who was a statue for the Jets and was terrible. You're watching Aaron Rodgers, who was jettisoned from the organization in favor of a quarterback who's played some of the worst quarterback you could possibly play in the NFL, negative passing yards, a historically bad performance, while you're watching those two quarterbacks, those veteran quarterbacks, give you one of the better performances and one of the more exciting Thursday night games we've seen in a while. And then you get Max Scherzer, who absolutely spit the bit for the Mets down the stretch of that 22 season. Whether it was the start in Atlanta at the end of the year or whether it was that first game of the wild card against the Padres where he couldn't get out of the 4th inning and gave up 7 runs on 4 home runs or whatever it was. And last night, he's out there dominating the Mariners, screaming his coach off the mound, striking out a Rosarena on ridiculous sliders, striking out Rodriguez on sliders in the dirt. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then, of course, we will get to Brian Cashman, Aaron Boone, and that press conference, which, again, no surprises. We'll get to the Anthony Volpe stuff. I think there's mixed signals on the Anthony Volpe stuff. I wasn't thrilled with what I heard, but I also heard some things that I'm hoping will lead to them not starting Anthony Volpe. It wasn't as pronounced as, hey, he's coming back, but I didn't hear enough to make me happy. We'll get into some of the other things about Brian Cashman and the Jeter and Alex Rodriguez stuff that was said on this air right here on WFAN. So we'll get to it. But today's a Football Friday. And 2 weeks ago, I didn't think we'd have one. We got one today. We got a big game on Sunday. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, take your calls. We'll get into everything else that's going on here. But we start with your New York Giants. We'll get to the Jets as well and their game against the Panthers. We'll go around the league. We'll give you picks at 3 o'clock. Football Friday and all the trimmings. Right here on the Fan. We'll be back. McMonigle here with you. 888-808-1019. Let's get it rolling on this Friday morning right here on the Fan.
This is science. You can't bet against a coach who wears a fishing vest.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
They are a much better defense than I gave them credit for before the season started.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. And the Fan, always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
.224. McMonigle here with you on the fan. Yes, I didn't mention it, but of course, we just found out not too long ago, earlier yesterday, KISS guitarist Ace Frehley, who performed this song. I'm assuming he wrote it too. Oh, was it a solo song? I thought this was a KISS song. No, I guess maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, but Ace Frehley, I didn't really keep. I've always said, I don't want to say it now because I'm talking about the guy who just passed away, but if anyone ever asked me the most overrated band of all time, I always say KISS. I think it's just one of the more overrated bands of all time. But that is a classic. That is a great song. And so he passed away yesterday. They're very, very sad. I mean, whatever I think of the band, I'm not a huge fan. They are an extremely What's that? Now we're hearing KISS songs. They have a handful. People go nuts for them. That's the only thing. Like when you say overrated, it doesn't mean they're terrible. It just means, people dress because they were in costume. People dress up. People love KISS. It's like But whatever I think of them, they without question made a huge impact on the rock scene. Gene Simmons, obviously, they're superstars, and You know, they had an immense impact, an immense following, one of the great live performers in rock, you know, an experience, a show that, you know, people would get very involved in. They're like one of those, it's like the Grateful Dead or Fish these days. Maybe not these days, that's probably 25 years, but still. Grateful Dead, Fish, people will tour with them, go follow them. I have a buddy who like toured the world to go see Pearl Jam. Like Kiss was one of those bands that had an incredible following. You know, people would go on tour with them. People just, you know, couldn't get enough Kiss. Not my thing, but that is a great song. And sad anytime someone passes so young, someone with such talent, someone with such an impact on all of us. So yes, the great Ace Frehley passed away yesterday. Rest in peace.
And so that song was actually, he performed it as a cover. It's from a British band a few years earlier.
Okay.
And when Kiss did their solo albums in 78, that was on Ace Frehley's.
Right. Okay. I did not know that. I just assumed it was a Kiss song.
Have you ever heard of the band Hello? Because I have not.
Hello?
But
No.
that's who originally did the song.
No, I've never heard their version. I've never heard of them. Nope. But music's like we got the.
That's why I never knew that the song New York Groove, which is such a staple around here, was written by a British band.
Yeah, I would not have guessed. But we got the Bruce Springsteen movie coming out. The trailers are really starting to show more. I'm looking forward to it. It should be good. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The A-Rod documentary, you got to get to that. Like, the one thing about the A-Rod documentary, and I saw John Boy tweet this, I got to give him credit because I saw the same thing, and I just thought it was the hilarious thing. So if you haven't seen it, is it Netflix? I guess it's Netflix. I got to double check that. But one of these stream services is coming out with an Alex Rodriguez documentary, and it's A-Rod versus Alex, and the duality, the two people that is Alex Rodriguez and A-Rod, I guess is the genesis of it. And the storyline, the arc, we'll see. But there was a point in the trailer, if you haven't seen it, where the person conducting the interview with Alex said, "Are we talking right now to Alex or are we talking to A-Rod?" That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, I've never thought of Alex. Yeah, we know that he's like a little bit, during his playing days at least, and during everything, he was a bit of a phony. And he was a people pleaser. And he would change depending on who he was talking to, or he would put out, you know, phony stuff to try and look better than he was as a person publicly. Like, yeah, we know that he was a bit of a phony and had a tough time. You know, people didn't like him or whatever. I never thought it was like two different, completely different people. And to talk to him like he's some sort of sociopath that we're not sure which version of the, you know, it's not, you know, it's not that M. Night Shyamalan movie where, you know, the guy has 8 different personalities. Like, what are we talking about? Am I speaking to Alex right now, or am I speaking to A-Rod? Get the hell out of here. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Just do an Alex Rodriguez documentary.
Like, it's he's not playing a character. This isn't, to go back to what you just talked about, this isn't Ace Frehley and Gene Simmons putting on makeup and dressing up as Kiss.
No, exactly right.
He wasn't playing a character.
No.
He was an insecure athlete that was a phony.
That was a bit of a phony, yeah. Like, oh my God. Who am I speaking to? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who am I speaking to? Oh, my goodness.
I played for almost 20 years, or I was, you know, putting on a facade the whole time, and nobody knew until this streaming documentary.
It's ridiculous. It was ridiculous. It's a ridiculous premise of the. Just do an Alex Rodriguez documentary, and if you want to focus on the idea that he struggled with being himself, okay. But, like, I mean, if you want that to be the focus, like, but the premise they're putting behind it, like, it's two completely different people, and, you know, like, come on, get the hell out of here. It's so stupid.
What do you think Derek Jeter's reaction was when he saw that?
Oh, my God. That why the hell did I do this? Why was I a part of this?
And poor Brian Cashman has to go, you know, press conference and interviews with this station defending against comments that guy made. Were those A-Rod or Alex?
Right. Which one who made the comments? Alex Rodriguez or A-Rod? Which, by the way, we'll get to the Brian Cashman comments, but I have to admit, he's 100,000% right about the comments made about Jeter and A-Rod. 100%. You can't argue it. He's 100% correct. I know we all love Derek Jeter. I love Derek Jeter. He shouldn't have said what he said. If he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he starts the comments with, "Now I don't know what I'm talking about." Pretty much, he said, "Now I don't have any inside information, but I'm going to speculate what you all speculate too, that Aaron Boone's not making the decisions. You don't know it, you shouldn't say it." And I thought, I didn't take it. I know Evan and Sean took it when he said, he punched through for one championship. I don't think he was really making it as a slight. He was trying to say, I know he's won a championship, so he can criticize me. I know Jeter's won a lot of championships, so people take what they say as, gospel compared to me, who they all are furious with and think I suck right now. But the real dig, I thought, was, like Alex Rodriguez went on this whole tirade about how they're this horribly put-together roster with, 4 DHs and, 2 first basemen and, multiple catchers left-handed hitting instead of right-handed hitting. He went on this whole tirade after they lost. Before the postseason starts, he picks them to win the World Series. Jeter, too. Brian Cashman said things that I disagree with, I suppose, things that trouble me, things that we've heard a million times before, that is worth getting annoyed with or discussing. But those comments about Alex and Jeter were 100% correct. 100% correct. And he had every right to go back at them because they took shots unknowing what's going on. And I've said that forever. It's nonsense thinking that Aaron Boone is the puppet. Susan Waldman tried to tell us a week ago. Like, it's just not the case. They get a lot of information. They give him a ton of information. And then he goes out there with that information and does whatever he wants. And I'm a Boone defender. If you think the games are managed terribly, if you think the decision-making and the thought process and everything like that is disastrous, blame Aaron Boone. Blame Aaron Boone for the lineups you don't like because it's his decision. It's always been his decision. It's his decision. He signs off on it. He could do whatever he wants. And if you think the lineups are ridiculous and the bullpen management is terrible, Aaron Boone. 888-808-1019, but I want to talk a little Giant football to get us started. Andre in Queens. What's up, Andre?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good. It's a little bit off topic. It's not Giant football. It's actually about the Knicks.
Okay.
I just want to ask you a question. How would you feel if the Knicks go trade Giannis? They get Giannis and we give him Jalen Brunson. Just your opinion.
Would I trade Brunson for Giannis? Is that what you just asked? I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not saying that. I mean, Giannis has won MVPs. Giannis has won a championship. I don't know, is Giannis a better player than Brunson? He has over the course of his career. But one for the other doesn't make them any more of a championship contender to me. The whole point of trading for Giannis would be to put the two of them together. So if I'm doing one for the other, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it makes them that much better. I don't think it makes them that much more of a championship contender. I mean, maybe it does, but I don't think it does. And the whole point of trading for Giannis would be to put those two guys together. So my initial thought would be no. But as we get ready for the Knicks season, there's more things to get to. We will Wednesday night, big start of the season right against Cleveland, and it's an important. I think they need to take the regular season very importantly. They're gonna bench guy, they're gonna use the bench more. They're gonna do things differently than the way Tibbs did, but they got to go win games. They gotta be a top seed. They need to be playing these home games at Madison Square Garden. There's no doubt in my mind. They need to do they need to be the 1 seed? I'd like them to be the 1 seed. I think it's important. I think it's important to show that they're a dominant basketball team inside a conference they absolutely should be a dominant force in. We'll see how they should be a top team. One of the top 2 or 3 teams. Go out there and find a way to be the top team as you go into the season. But yeah, the New York, trying to focus on the Giants here because I think it's a huge game. And, to get into the X's and O's, we talked a little bit, and maybe we'll go over it a little bit when we do the picks too. Like, some of the cliched things, and they're cliches for a reason. When I look at this matchup against this Broncos team, some of the obvious things jump out at me. Like, the last time they were on the road, they turned the ball over 5 times. So you absolutely cannot turn the ball over. I mean, that goes without saying, right? I mean, I'm not splitting the atom with that comment. But the last time they were on the road, they turned the ball over 5 times and it cost them. Can't turn the ball over. You have to establish the run. And because you can't be like against this defense with this wide receiving group, with Surtain out there, with Benito and the rest of this defense coming after him, like the last place you want to be for Knicks, Dart right now is 3rd and long. Like that's not a winning formula for the Giants in this game. Avoid third and long, establish the run with Scadaboo, don't turn the ball over, and then defensively get after Knicks. Let's see this and do it without having to, because they've got wide receivers. They've got talented wide receivers. They have talented skill players. Dobbins is running the ball well. Like, they've got talented skill players. So get after it with that front four. Run those stunts that have been working so successful. Go make Knicks move and see if you can do it without blitzing to start, because you're going to go up against, Sutton and Mims and Franklin. Like, they've got guys who can play. This is a good team. By no means, I'm not saying the Giants are going to win this game. I've never said that. I'm not going to say that. I don't know if they're going to win this game. I feel like they can. I think if they play their game, they have a real good chance to win this game. I think they're better than we thought. I think this is legit, the bounce that they have seen from this quarterback, from Scadaboo, the way the defense has played the last 2 weeks. I think there is legitimate optimism for this game, but it's a tough game to go win. And just for me, some of the obvious stuff. Like, they have to go out there, play. They have to be creative on offense, obviously. You're going to have to probably incorporate the run game with Dart, but he's got to be careful because these guys will take his head off. They've already talked about, again, Jonathan Cooper, outside linebacker, is talking about wearing, the dancing that he does, the chains that he wears, the makeup on his face. Like, Jackson Dart's not hiding from anyone. The New York Giants stepped onto the big stage last week and put a beating on the Eagles. And there is no way Sean Payton is overlooking the New York Giants. He does not want to lose to the New York Giants. So go in there, run the football, avoid 3rd and long, don't turn the ball over, put pressure on Jackson Dart. Put pressure on Bo Nix, rather. That's the game plan. And it's simple, but go do it. And then offensively, we'll see how creative they can get, because they're going to have to try and get level of creative. This is a big game for the coach. This is the big game for the coach. It's a big game for Kafka. Like, it's a big game to see who the Giants are. Are they a nice little story where you've got a young, talented quarterback you're developing, or are you a legit team that got off to the slow start with Russell Wilson, and now you're trying to make noise inside this division, inside this NFC? Which one are you? I think we'll find out 4 o'clock on Sunday. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We'll get to the Jets as well. We'll get to the New York Yankees and the press conference. We'll probably get to that next, as obviously some mixed signals between Boone and Cashman. Some things that, a terrible answer from Boone that I still will tell you I don't know what you want him to say. And yes, here's the main takeaway for a couple things. We found out about a couple injuries. We got some timelines on pitchers. This once deep rotation that we thought wouldn't be addressed at all might have to be, considering what the first month could look like in this rotation. But here's the takeaway that we knew was coming. They're running it back. Does that mean they're screwed? 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Back with more of your calls next on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
All you want to see is some guy who's out there giving every single bit of what he has on every single play. And he's like a regular guy that maybe your son's friends with that you think is nuts. And you're like, oh, you going out with Cam tonight? Oh, crap.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwithdevils.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:45. McMonigle here with you on The Fan, 888-808-1019. So the end-of-year press conference happened yesterday at noon right here on the Fan. You heard it live. And I talked last night about it. There was one or two things I couldn't have happen. And Brian Cashman did one of the two things I didn't want to hear and made excuses and made it seem as if Anthony Volpe's injury was the reason for his lack of success. Now, I want to just get this clear, right, how I feel about this. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I want you to – I have some points behind it on the Anthony Volpe situation because I still hear this like, yes, he had a torn labrum. Yes, he did. When you say it didn't affect him, it doesn't mean it didn't affect him at all. Every player goes through things throughout the year that affect them. They have injuries. They bang up something. They do something. They play through it. It obviously affects them. Anthony Volpe's injury was not an injury that affected him to the point where that's the reason for him having the same season he's had every year of his career. Can we please stop? Can we please stop talking like it's the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard that this didn't impact him? The dude had the same bat speed, the same power, the same numbers he's always had. Always had. He goes through tests every so often. They test his strength. It's not like the Yankees didn't know he had the injury. They gave him an MRI when his shoulder hurt. They knew exactly what the injury was. They gave him testing. He passed all of his strength tests. He said he felt fine. He aggravated from time to time. That's what happens to athletes. So, then they decided because of the time frame and they figured it made sense to just go get it solved. They went and had surgery. I still don't agree. Both can be true because I understand the different, the real one is Rizzo. There have been issues with the way the Yankees have handled medical staff. I'm not telling you there haven't been. Both can be true. Once they traded for Caballero, knowing that he had this injury, seeing him play the way he was playing, whether it was because of the injury or not, they should have, at the very minimum, mixed in Caballero more than they did and played Anthony Volpe less than they did. And they should have done that, particularly as he was striking out every at-bat in the postseason. I'm not taking the Yankees off the hook for how they handled Anthony Volpe. But the idea that he should have never played, they should have IL'd him, had the surgery immediately, and that's the reason why he put up the same numbers he put up every other year of his career. I'm sorry. This is what happens. You get tested. Judge was dealing with something too. He played through it. Now, Anthony Volpe's not Judge. I get it. But you play through it. They should have benched him for lack of success, not because the injury was defining the lack of success. Both can be true. I have no problem with them not ILing them. I have no problem with them continuing to play him. They shouldn't have played him so much based on his lack of success. And the idea that they had this lingering, give him some time. More than just one or two cortisone shots throughout the year. But Aaron Boone was very clear, and at least Aaron Boone was clear about it. Brian Cashman said something else, that he believed that the injury was hampering him worse than we all suspect, because after the surgery, Dr. Ahmad told him that when they went in there, it looked worse than it was. He was passing every strength test. He said he was fine. His numbers were exactly the same. This is not an 800 OPS guy who suddenly went down to a 600 OPS. This is the guy whose numbers are identical to the last few years of his numbers. This is Anthony Volpe. This is why he can't be the starting shortstop next year. That's why I feel that way. Not because, if you're screaming he can't be the Yankee shortstop and in the same breath saying, well, the injury clearly hurt him, well, which one is it? Is he a better player than he showed this year because the injury impacted him, but he's better than this? If that's your belief, then why do you have a problem with him being the shortstop next year? It's one or the other. He should be the shortstop because now he's healed and he'll be great. Or this is who he is and he can't be the shortstop. Pick one. I'm picking that's who he is, and that's why he can't be the shortstop. You can't have it both ways. And I heard mixed messages on whether or not he can be the shortstop. When, Brian Cashman, who understands he'll never say anything other when someone's not on the roster. But they use terms like he'll be in the mix for it. It wasn't definitive, he's our shortstop. I still feel like I didn't hear enough of I'm not sure if he's going to be the shortstop to make me satisfied with the comments, but it wasn't just Anthony Volpe's our starting shortstop. It wasn't. To be fair to them, it wasn't. It still wasn't demonstrative enough of, hey, we're going to figure out that question. It was, but he's in the mix. They have never been, we've complained about it, they have never been wishy-washy on Anthony Volpe at any point. At any other point, no matter how poorly he was playing, no matter the fact they were playing Caballero over him while he was healthy, never once did they even waver on the idea that Anthony Volpe is going to be the starting shortstop. I at least heard some wavering. Not enough to make me feel confident that he's not going to be the shortstop, but there was some wavering, and we know that he's not going to be the shortstop on opening day. Hopefully they bring somebody in to at least compete with Anthony Volpe to be that starting shortstop, someone who could be the starting shortstop on opening day, and someone who, if he plays well, can keep Anthony Volpe in the minors or on the bench or whatever the case may be. I'm hoping that they at least view it that way, that Anthony Volpe has to earn his way back. We will see. There was some mixed messaging on that. I'm not pleased about it. It wasn't enough for me, but I did hear some wavering on the idea of Anthony Volpe being guaranteed the position. Not good enough, but something. And then the other thing is they're running it back. We know this. We knew this the minute it was Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman. They're running it back. They believe in their process. They believe that if you win enough games and get to the postseason, they couldn't say it enough. You can hear them constantly. Like, we get there. It's our job to get there and put a team worthy of getting there and worthy of having a chance to play for the championship. That's how they view it. That's how they view it. And again, this is where I differ from most fans. If you want to just fire them because you don't like that thought process, okay. If you want to fire or demand the firing of Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone because you don't like hearing, we're going to get there and we're going to put a team in the tournament good enough to go win, and then we're going to hopefully they play well enough to go win. If you are mad that they're not sitting there telling you, we're going to build a team perfectly suited for the postseason, we're going to build a team that guarantees victories, like the Aaron Boone comment that everybody's all upset about. When asked, what can you say to the fan base to give them faith in the New York Yankees winning a championship? Aaron Boone said, I don't know, and then went on to give, we have good people here, we've had winning programs, we consistently get into the postseason, blah, blah, blah. What can he say to the fan base to give them faith that it will be different next year? You know what the answer to that question is, honestly? Honestly, I know we're all mad at the answer, and saying I don't know isn't a good answer. I totally agree. It's not a good answer. Should have come up with something better than that. But you know what the truth is? Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing he can say. What can he say? There's nothing. It's not, hey, what can you do to make the team better? That wasn't the question. The question was, what can you say to instill faith in the fan base that you'll win? And the answer to that question is absolutely nothing. There is nothing Aaron Boone can say to instill faith in the faithless. He's not a miracle worker. He can't give you words. Whatever he would have said, if he would have said, well, because we work our freaking tails off and we're a great team and we've come up short, but I promise you, we're doing everything we can to win these games. It's all we care about. It's what we live and breathe with, and I promise you that I won't rest. you're going to laugh. You're going to call me up and say Aaron Boone is talking nonsense again. Aaron Boone is full of crap. They don't care. They don't give a damn. As long as the owner's making money. Like right now, I know he wasn't there. He should have been there. Asked about how the owner's feeling. Brian Cashman said he's annoyed. He's pissed off and he's annoyed. He's frustrated. He wants to win. Do any of the fans believe that? Do any of the fans honestly believe? Call me up. Tell me. 888-808-1019. Do you believe that Brian Cashman is telling you the truth? That Hal Steinbrenner is pissed off, aggravated, fed up, and wants to win? You won't believe it no matter what that Brian Cashman said it. You don't believe it. There's nothing Aaron Boone could say to instill faith in the fan base that they will win a championship. The only faith that could be instilled in the fan base is if he wasn't the one having the press conference. That's it. That's where the fan base is. There's nothing Aaron Boone can say. It's been 8 years of losing, and there is nothing he can say that would instill faith in you that year number 9 will be the one. Nothing. So I don't like the word I don't know. I don't. But the idea that there's an answer there, I don't blame him. That's the honest question. That's the honest answer. Because there's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. There's nothing he can say. Because you don't have faith in him, plain and simple. You don't. 90% of the fan base thinks the Yankees don't give a damn because they haven't fired Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone. What is the man that you think getting rid of is the only way for any sort of success? What can that man say to you while he's still in a position of power? What can he say? There's no answer to that question. There's no answers to any of this. As long as it's Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman giving the answers, there's no way for any of you to come out of that conversation, come out of that press conference feeling good about anything. There's nothing he can say other than all I can tell you is the payroll's going up to $500 million. We're going to go do everything we can. We're going to go trade for Skubal. We're going to go, sign every single free agent. We're going to spend $500 million because the owner's fed up, and I no longer care about home runs, and everything's going to change. And, I don't know. Aaron, we're like, there's nothing. There's nothing. They have to go out there and win, bottom line. Bottom line. And here's where I'll differ from the fan base. That's where I'll differ from the fan base. I don't believe that they're incapable of doing it. I don't. I think Brian Cashman put together a roster this year that, again, people on Fox, like Derek Jeter, were picking to win the World Series before the tournament started. This is a team that had an explosive offense. This is a team that won 94 games. They didn't play well, and they consistently don't play well in the postseason. Again, they were in the World Series last year. If Judge had this postseason, maybe there would be a parade. If Giancarlo Stanton had last year's postseason in this series, maybe they're still playing. That's it. It's that simple. Like, again, Jimenez hitting back-to-back games, hitting 2-run home runs. Should they go out and sign Jimenez? Is that the answer? Trade Jazz and bring in Jimenez because he hit 2 home runs in the postseason that really helped the Jays get back into the series. That's the answer, I suppose. Look, I'm as frustrated as everybody else. I believe them when they tell you they're frustrated. I think all you can do is build for the regular season, fine-tune it, and get into the postseason and win. That's it. And there's nothing he can say. I hate the answer. I don't know, too. But again, the question was, how can we get better? The question was, how can you instill faith in the fan base? What can you say that will instill faith in the fan base that next year will be the year? I hate the idea that I don't know, but there's nothing. There is no way to instill faith in the faithless. Like there's nothing anyone can say. They're running it back. He knows it. They said it. You know it. Once that's established, once Cashman establishes it, once Boone establishes it, what can you say to instill faith in the fan base? The only way to instill faith in the fan base is him not being the one answering the question. So what can he say? Like, that's what, like, I didn't like, I wish they were more firm on the idea that Anthony Volpe will not be the starting shortstop, because until they say it as firmly as possible, they wavered on it, but until they say it as firmly as possible, I will believe what you will believe, that Anthony Volpe is going to be the starting shortstop next year. It's unacceptable. I'm totally with you. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. We didn't even, we'll get into it on the other side. We didn't even get into the news about Rodon, what the starting rotation is going to look like to start the year. Do they now need, where we thought was going to be an area of strength, do they now need to go address that starting rotation? But on the overall conversation about the Yankees and the last 8 years of Aaron Boone, or the last 15 years without a championship, there's nothing else to say as long as Cashman and Boone are saying it. So how do you instill faith? You don't. You go out there and win. Bottom line. That's it. That's it. 888-808-1019. We'll get more into it. We'll take your calls on it. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 1 hour down, 2 more to go. We'll have picks later this hour. We'll get more into the Giants and Jets as we get closer to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you. We'll take your Yankee calls and have your Yankee conversation next. Here's Marco.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
And Mac, sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Anthony Volpe has taken plenty of lumps over the years, but now the story surrounding his torn labrum, basically played the entire season with it. Yankees saying it wasn't an issue. Brian Cashman, though, has kind of changed that tune.
I personally think now I'll start leaning more into that, yes, it was affecting him, because ultimately he had to have a surgery. None of that was really on the table, in season. So I think all things can be true. Was it bothering him to a level that was getting to a height of concern for us in season? The answer is no.
Volpe won't be ready for opening day. They hope April or May. Carlos Rodon, elbow surgery, will likely miss the first couple weeks of the season. No surgery for Giancarlo Stanton or Aaron Judge, both expected to be ready for spring training. Blue Jays dismissed the Mariners 8-2, even up the ALCS at 2 games apiece. Max Scherzer giving up 2 runs over 5 2/3. Andres Jimenez homered for a second straight game. He knocked in 4. Dodgers suffocate the Brewers 3-1. LA has allowed 3 total runs in the 3 games as they're a game away from the sweep. Joe Flacco continues to amaze. 342 yards, 3 touchdowns. Played in his second game after being acquired 9 days ago. Led the Bengals past the Steelers 33-31. Aaron Rodgers 249 in the air, 4 touchdowns in the loss. Maple Leafs escaped the Rangers 2-1 in overtime, courtesy of an Austin Matthews game winner. 22 saves, Igor Shesterkin. Devils a pair in the third, including the go-ahead from Timo Meier. Took out the Panthers 3-1. Bo Horvat a hat trick. The Islanders double Edmonton 4-2. 48 degrees, clear sky, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 304. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. So, yeah, and Fliegelman just said to me, so it's almost worse that they think the injury wasn't affecting him, which Boone doesn't think the injury was affecting Anthony Volpe, because he's the worst shortstop in the league. Bingo. That's exactly what I think. I think he's the worst shortstop in the league. I think he's the worst offensive shortstop in baseball. That's what I think. That's what I think. I'm not saying it didn't affect him at all. Everything affects you on some level. Of course. Of course. Players go through things that affect them. We hear it all the time. Oh, he's a little this, he's a little that, it always affects you on some level. They wouldn't play him. They're running tests. They're doing all kinds of things. All right, once they opened him up, apparently, maybe the injury looked worse. When Dr. Ahmad decided to have the surgery, they went in and looked worse than they thought from the X-rays or from the MRIs. He's passing strength tests. He got better defensively in August and September. Like, same shoulder. And it's the same numbers. It's not like he took a dive offensively. He was playing better in the beginning of the first. He was playing better earlier on in the season. He did the same thing last year. Do you remember him having a great series the first couple weeks? He was a part of the while Judge was really struggling, he was a part of the offense. It was him, Oswaldo Cabrera, and obviously Juan Soto carrying the team offensively. He got off to a great start last year, too. He had the same miserable season. And I don't know if Brian Cashman's making excuses. That was my least favorite part of the entire thing, was him saying, I am leaning into the idea that the injury hampered him. Because that's like, and that he's only 24 years old. Sure, okay, give me Dansby Swanson. I know Dansby Swanson got off to a slow start in his career. I get it. There are 24-year-olds playing a hell of a lot better than Anthony Volpe. Maybe he does progress. Maybe he finds himself. He's got to do it as a role player for a while. He can't be the starting shortstop. If they do that, they're dead wrong. They're dead wrong. He's the worst offensive player in the sport. He can't be the Yankees starting shortstop. Can't be. Can't be. And I'm not blaming the injury. I'm not. 888-808-1019. So, that's the only negative part now. We got Carlos. That's the only thing that really bothered me. Because we know what it is once they're coming back. We know what it is. And I push back on the narrative. Look, I know BT said he looked tired. I think last year or 2 years ago after they had the losing season in 23, he got angry, and that didn't do him any favors. So now I think it's kind of just he's dejected. I don't think that they're as comfortable as you think they are. I don't think they're happy with this. I don't think they're satisfied just making the postseason. They're not. They just don't believe that there is something that they could be doing different to solve the problem. That's it. And maybe that's faulty thinking. Maybe it is. I'm not opposed to that. Maybe it is. And maybe they need to change their thought process in some way. But they're not complacent. They're not happy. You think Aaron Boone's sitting there happy they lost? You think Brian Cashman's literally just like, hey, whatever, I'm not going to get fired, so it's okay that I lost. I don't care. I'm happy just to make it. Like, they're not. And I'm sure the owner is frustrated. He's just not frustrated to the point where he believes that firing Brian Cashman and bringing in someone else fixes their problems. He saw a team, and he's being told, that's the other thing, like, go listen to how other executives talk about this Yankee run and what Brian Cashman does. Go listen to them. Go listen to the rest of baseball and how they feel, how impressive it is what the Yankees are doing. You don't. I get it. And I'm not saying you should be happy with it. And despite what you think how I speak, I'm not happy with it. I just don't presume to think that there's a better answer around every corner. I think you might find out, like, my worry is, and it's the same worry that I think keeps him with a job and keeps Hal doing what he's doing. My fear is you bring in someone else, and suddenly the guarantees that you think are guaranteed, no matter who the GM is, you find out those guarantees aren't guarantees. You find out that a young, smart, super talented executive who's been running a mid-market team doing it with less money comes here and suddenly falls on his face and misses the playoffs. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? We just watched it across town. Highest payroll in baseball. Young, smart executive who built up a team with less money was going to come here and build the gap between the two great worlds of the richest owner and the smart executive. The Cincinnati Reds beat them out for the playoffs. His fear is not that, or the Steinbrenner's point and feeling isn't that this is fine. This is fine. I'll make it there, and, I know that I won't win it. I know that because Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone are running it, I can't possibly win it. So I'll just be happy getting there. That's not it. He's not happy today, I promise you. And even if it's money, more winning is money. World Series are money. He wants to win the World Series. There's no doubt. He wants to win. He's unhappy today. He just doesn't believe that firing Brian Cashman guarantees him winning. And he knows that Brian Cashman is going to give him a team that's going to get into the postseason and give them a chance to win. That's how they view it. They view it as a tournament that you have to be in to win. And it's understandable on some level because we talk, wow, the Blue Jays are perfectly suited. They came back. They've tied the series at 2. Blue Jays might go on and win a championship. I doubt very much because the Dodgers are going to be standing in their way. But they might go on and win a championship. And you know what? They'll go back to being in last place next year. They were in last place last year. The Texas Rangers won a championship. Haven't made the playoffs since. And I'm not saying I wouldn't trade that. I would trade winning a championship for missing the postseason next year or missing the postseason for 2 years. But the Texas Rangers better go win it that 1 year. They were able to. We'll see if the Blue Jays are able to. If the Blue Jays get to the World Series and lose, or the Blue Jays lose this series and then miss the postseason next year, are we going to be really, wow, what a great job by the Toronto Blue Jays? They beat the Yankees that 1 year? The Yankees believe you have to be in it to win it. They build a team every year that gets there. Now, they've built the team over the last 8 years that's failed, and it's not good enough. And if you want to make a change for change's sake because, hey, getting there isn't good enough, it's been a long time, we need to look at things differently, fine. But I'm just telling you, the rest of baseball tells him that it's remarkable what this guy does. And you have to be in it to win it, and nobody guarantees you getting in it more than the Yankees and now obviously the Dodgers. Who absolutely, no doubt, the Dodgers are now the greatest thing in baseball. There's no arguing, and they go spend a ton of money. And the Ohtani contract has really allowed them to go even above and beyond spending all the money. But before Ohtani, in the last, they were the team. The only time they got through was in the COVID year. Prior to that, they had the same reputation as the Yankees. Yeah, they got to a couple more World Series than the Yankees did, but what was Clayton Kershaw? The greatest pitcher in the generation, my ass. He can't win in the postseason. What was Don Mattingly, the manager who couldn't break through and lost series constantly? Lost to the Mets, right? They lost to the Diamondbacks. They lost to the Padres. They were losing constantly in the postseason. They lost to the Red Sox in the World Series. They lost to the Astros in the World Series. They got through 1 year since 1988. Now, with Ohtani and the three of them and the ability what Ohtani's contract gives them the license to print money, now they're a juggernaut right now. Every Japanese superstar wants to go play for them. They've become the best-run franchise in the sport, and they do it better than everybody else. And if you think the Yankees can match that, good luck. It's going to be very difficult. The Phillies spend money. They don't win a damn thing. I'm just telling you, I'm not happy about it. They need to figure out a way to get their players to play like they do in the regular season in the postseason. They haven't been able to figure it out. And it's frustrating. And I'd be open for change's sake. Make the change. You won't hear a peep out of me. I know I'm this Boone and Cashman defender. I promise you, you will not hear me complain about firing them. But because they're here, I don't believe they're doomed like so many Yankee fans do. And the owner, just because they're not making changes doesn't mean they're happy today. It means they don't believe that firing Brian Cashman suddenly guarantees them. Because, again, call me up today. Oh, Brian Cashman needs to go. Brian Cashman needs to go. Who's the executive who comes in and does a better job? And if you tell me it doesn't matter, anyone can do a better job, I don't agree with that at all. That's just blind optimism. That's just anything but this. Okay. You sure? Hey, if you get a great executive, okay. You get someone who's done it, won the championship before, you go get, obviously, you go get Theo Epstein. I always forget Theo Epstein's name. I mean, if Theo Epstein wants to change his, I think he's still with Major League Baseball. I forget, but
he was the executive of the one team that came back from down.
Correct. He was. Thank you for that. nobody ever says that Pedro Martinez and Manny Ramirez were already on that team. Like, the core four were already with the Yankees, so Brian Cashman doesn't get credit.
You want to make this argument, Cashman boy?
Yeah, I want to make the argument. Pedro Martinez and Manny Ramirez are already on the team.
Inherited the entire core four?
That's two of the core team. Pedro Martinez and Manny Ramirez weren't important.
Does Cashman have one move as good as David Ortiz?
I don't know, but he's got World Series MVPs. He's got El Duque. He's got Scott Brocious. He's got guys who impacted those teams. But that's a conversation for another day. Point is, nothing's changing with the Yankees. It doesn't mean they're doomed. They have to find a way to get the team that we know will be in the postseason next year. They've got to find a way to get that team playing their best baseball in the biggest moments. Bottom line. We'll see what they do in the offseason, what they do. The starting rotation after the first month should be good. Hopefully they bring back, I think it's important to bring back Bellinger. Hopefully they put some pieces around him. But this team's going to be back in the postseason next year. They have to figure out a way to be their best version of themselves, because I still believe the best version of this team that just lost can win a championship. How do they get the best version in the biggest moments? Because they failed at it for 8 years. 888-808-1019. Mark in Phoenix. What's up, Mark?
Yeah, I just want to say I was in the Arizona Fall League, and I saw two guys that can maybe help the Yankees and the Mets this year. One of them's an under-radar guy, Nick Morabito with the Mets. He reminds me of young Lenny Dykstra. Kid's never going to write up a scout's notebook, but he runs into a wall, he hustles, takes extra bases, he plays really well. The other one is a guy unfortunately had injuries. He's the Yankees' fifth top prospect. That's Bryce Cunningham out of Vanderbilt. He picked in some major games.
Yeah, and they're going to need, thank you for the call, they're going to need some of the, I would think, because I don't know about the rotation. Obviously, if you didn't hear the press conference, I forget if I said it or not, Carlos Rodon had some loose bodies removed from his elbow. He's probably going to miss the first month of the season. It's an 8-week no throw. It's going to get him, behind and probably miss the first month of the season, somewhere around there. We know Garrett Cole is going to miss somewhere around the first month of the season. Clark Schmidt's going to miss probably until June or July. So this rotation is going to be Max Fried and Cam Schlittler as 1-2 to start the year. They're going to probably rely, because I don't see a lot of pitching options. And we'll get to Skubal. A lot of people disagree with me, man. I'm in the minority. Everybody wants to trade for Skubal. I think you're on board until you hear what the packages are going to be. But sure, it makes your team great. It makes more sense for the Mets. But sure, listen, you go trade for Skubal, you better win a championship that year. But I think they're going to rely on Cunningham. They're going to rely on Hess. They're going to rely on some of that pitching that they've started to really develop in the minor leagues, because the start of the season, they're going to be without, 3/5 of what is expected to be the starting rotation next year. So they could end up going in that direction, and I think they're going to just rely on youth for a month would be my guess. Anthony in Hicksville. What's up, Anthony?
Okay, so I guess you do understand that, after 16 years, they probably shouldn't be happy with whatever Brian Cashman has to say. That's fair. You sound like you understand. I wasn't sure. At first, it sounded
there's nothing
almost you're defending them again.
No,
but he can't say anything. It's too long now.
Correct.
I think. Well, here's the thing. You sound a little content yourself, or maybe the word's not content, but Brian Cashman's been here a while, and there are. If you did take a chance, you're giving the worst case scenario for what would happen if they bring in somebody else.
The best case scenario is that somehow the team plays better in a 5 and 7 game series.
It's not that no. See, that's you're chalking this up to they just don't happen to play well in the postseason, and I'm chalking it up to they're really not good enough as a postseason team. They're close to good enough. I'm not saying that they're far off, but you're almost making it like it's only luck. Your left side of the infield is Ryan McMahon and Anthony Volpe. They can't hit. You have the second highest payroll. Austin Wells is your catcher. He can't hit.
Well, that's not true. That's just not true.
Right, he's not much.
He had a down year. Should you not try and develop players? He was the third runner-up rookie of the year.
I understand.
It sounds like you don't.
No, it sounds like you're making excuses. I didn't say anything about them not developing players. How about you develop good enough players?
I get it, right? It's the second year. He had a downgrade of a year, but should they have not have?
All right, well, then he's not good enough.
Well, we'll see moving
then he's
forward.
not good enough.
But it's the second year. You want to go through how many good offensive catches there are in the sport?
All I'm saying, what I'm saying is the bottom line. He's not good enough. You're being specific to Austin Wells and saying, well, it's only his second year. I understand. I'm just saying you're saying that it's only his second year or third year, whatever it is, and give him a break. What I'm saying is, no matter what the situation is, he's not good enough. That's it. So you have three guys.
But maybe he's good enough next year. It's the third year of a position that isn't offensive. Should they never, like Anthony Volpe? I'm with you. It's 3 years. Let me just finish. Anthony Volpe. It's 3 years of watching him be the worst offensive player in the sport.
I'm totally with you.
They brought up Wells last year. He had a 900 OPS in August, in July and August, July and August, and became their cleanup hitter and transformed the lineup and finished third in Rookie of the Year. Should they have not gone into the season with him under the guise of he's not good enough?
No, I'm just telling you the bottom line. I'm not saying they shouldn't have went into the year. But if you combined a second-year player who's now not playing so well, and you shortstop who stinks, and a third baseman who can't hit, all of a sudden, it's not really a postseason. It's not a team that's going to have success in the postseason. I mean, that's all.
Okay.
And then after 16 years of Brian Cashman,
go through the infield of Clement is hitting 500 right now. Is Clement if they put Clement at third
Clement's
base?
Better.
Well, I understand.
Yeah, he's a lot better.
Is he that much better than Ryan McMahon, who's had a good career?
As a hitter, yeah.
You sure? Because he's done it in the last 2 weeks.
Stinks. He can't. Right? No,
he was cut 2 years ago. Clement was cut from his organization.
But he's better now.
Yeah, I know, but you don't know that when you're building the team. He's hitting 500 in the postseason. But
yes,
if they signed Clement last year,
if they signed Clement
to be the third baseman last year, nobody would be dancing a jig saying,
then he hit. But then he hit.
Well, but that's.
We're not.
But how
you're
can
going back 2 years.
How can Brian Cashman
now.
determine who's going to hit and who's not going to hit? How does he know Clement's going to hit?
Be a good GM. You should have seen it. I don't know. I'm not.
He won 94 games with the team that you think stinks.
No, I didn't say they stink as a team. I didn't say they stopped putting words in my mouth.
You said he's got an automatic out at catcher. He's got an automatic out at shortstop. He's got an automatic out at third base. How did they win 94 games?
I don't know. They won early.
I don't know. Like I'm just saying, the players now, Jimenez just hit 2 enormous home runs for them in the postseason. Should the Yankees go out and sign Jimenez? Is that the answer? Does that make them a winning club? Clement and Jimenez, that'll solve it. Everyone will be through the roof happy. They'll go out and do moves like that, get Clement and Jimenez, and everyone will be like, woohoo, that finally they're changing their thought process. Brian Cashman's finally making the right kind of moves. And then when Jimenez is hitting 210 after, halfway through the year, we're like, man, this guy sucks too. Another great job by Brian Cashman. Like, the players have to perform. Now, I agree with you that third base, they went into the season without an answer at third base. I screamed about it for forever. There are shortcomings to this team. There's no doubt. I yelled about that forever. I was screaming, trade for Nolan Arenado. Anybody. You have to get a third baseman. They don't have a third baseman. I was saying it the entire offseason. They consistently go like one move short of having like a really good team. Like, I've complained about that. It is an absolute failing of the team. It's an absolute failing of the owner who wasn't willing to go over the last luxury tax to get that one more player. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm just saying a team that wins 94 games and scores more runs than anybody over the course of 162, and it's not all done against bad teams. That team is capable. They've got to find out why the other teams have players who translate their game and continue to play their game into the postseason, where the Yankees seem to get tight and play their worst. Again, Go through the Jays and tell me how they're clearly the better team. Go through the rotation, go through the bullpen, go through the offense and tell me how they're clearly better. Clement's on fire. Sometimes that happens. The Yankees need someone to go get on fire outside of Judge. Eric and Ronkonkoma. What's up, Eric?
What's going on, C-Mac? How are you?
Good, how are you, buddy?
The feisty morning so far.
Feisty morning.
Before I get to the Volpe thing real quick, didn't, forgive me if I'm getting the teams confused, but didn't San Fran bounce from, like, World Series to last place to World Series, like, in that handful of years that they won?
Mm-hmm. I don't remember about last place, but
was it Boston who did that?
I don't. Well, Boston's done it too. I think they missed the playoffs in the off years. I don't remember if it was last place or
maybe
not.
That's what I'm thinking of.
But yeah, I think they won the World Series every other year, 3 years. But in the years around those championships,
very, very erratic.
It's not. It's not like they lost in I think they missed the playoffs in those years. I have to go back and double check. But yeah,
right. So it's just, I mean, there's something to be said for consistency. Me personally, being a Met fan, I'll take the erratic, as long as you win. But honestly,
absolutely. Look, I'm not saying, and I got a break because I probably shouldn't have taken you there, Eric. I apologize. Look, I'm not saying I wouldn't, like, if Toronto wins the championship, I would trade last year in last place, next year in last place, the year after that in last place for a championship. Obviously, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when you're running an organization, like, what if Toronto doesn't win the championship? What if you put together a team that you believe is perfect for the postseason, but there's failings and inconsistencies that will hinder you in the 162, but if you get there, you play the brand of baseball that ends up becoming a postseason team? Like, what if you play that game and then you don't win? Like, you have to go win. Like the Mariners, same thing. They haven't been in the playoffs in forever. Are you sure they're going to be in the playoffs next year? They were in the playoffs 2 years ago, missed last year. What if they miss next year, but they lose to the Blue Jays? Are we praising them because they got to an ALCS? Like, if you could play it that way, but then you better win like the Rangers have won. If you're the Blue Jays, you better win. Because, again, I don't know if Clement's going to be this player next year. I don't know if Jimenez is going to hit you 2 big home runs in the postseason. (888) 808-1019. Quick break. Back with more after this. McMonigle here with you on the Fan.
It's John Boy Media's Talkin' Yanks, the show for real Yankee fans who live and breathe pinstripes. John Boy and Jay bring you the latest Yankees news, moves, and takes all year long, from spring training to the postseason and everything in between. Powered by WFAN and John Boy Media. Tune in tomorrow at 1 o'clock on The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Back when I played, overdrafting a bank account meant crazy fees. Cash App has your back with free overdraft coverage up to $200 when you set up direct deposit of at least $300 per month and use the Cash App card. No hidden fees, just peace of mind if something unexpected does happen. Download Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days and you'll score $10.
Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Direct deposit, overdraft coverage, and discounts provided by Cash App, a Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Tell Siri to dial the Fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
I push back because I'm not happy what's going on. Fire Cashman tomorrow. I'm in. Fire Boone tomorrow. I'm in. I do think there's a time for change's sake. I'm just saying I understand the thought process that this isn't a guarantee, and just because they're coming back doesn't mean they'll fail. And I do believe that these teams, I'm sorry, when you have the best record in the American League and score the most runs, you're capable of winning. I'm sorry. That's how I view it. You are capable. That team was capable. If they played their game, they're capable of winning. They're not incapable because of how they were built or who their roster is. They're not. They didn't play well. Some guys they rely on didn't come through. Jazz has had a great season. Jazz's 162 with the Yankees, his first 162 games with the Yankees, is through the roof good. He didn't hit one home run. That's it. Giancarlo Stanton's been a great postseason player. He did nothing in the series. Max Fried's their ace. He won 19 games, pitched to an under 3 ERA, is going to get Cy Young votes, got lit up. Carlos Rodon, you could say you don't trust him in a big game, makes a lot of money, won 18 games, pitched his ass off this year, got lit up. They traded for the best reliever in the sport. He didn't have a good year. The one guy, and it's not like they're, and the other thing is, people say the approach. I get it. Oh, they're nothing but home runs. Well, do they change players? When they brought DJ LeMahieu over, did they change DJ LeMahieu into a home run hitter? When they brought Bellinger over here, did he change his two-strike approach, or did he have his best strikeout, his lowest strikeout rate of his career? Like, they bring in players who do different things sometimes. Like, it's not just all or nothing guys. It's not like they've tried to build a team of nothing but Joey Gallows. And you do have to trust some young players. Like, they brought in Rice. Look at it. I'm looking forward to watching the rest of Rice's career. You want to give up on Austin Wells, who was third runner-up in the Rookie of the Year and had a really nice rookie season? He had a down sophomore year. That's it. Move on from him. Go bring in JT Realmuto. Like, I'm just saying, I don't think it's as easy as you all think. And sure, it's been long enough and they've lost enough where you can move on from them. I would never question that. I called for it in 23. After that lousy season and that ridiculous roster with, Willie Calhoun hitting cleanup, I said it's time to move on. They came back and went to the World Series and have built back-to-back teams that were good enough to win and just didn't. That's how I feel. I know many of you feel differently. Rob in New London. What's up, Rob?
Hey, C-Mac, how's it going tonight, my friend?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty well, thank you very much.
You excited for this Giant game on Sunday?
Yes.
I am pumped. This is as excited I am for a mid-October football game, a Giant game in forever. It sucks to say that because it's really a low bar on October, what is it going to be, 19th when the game is played? But that's where we are, man. I am pumped.
Look what happened in Cincinnati tonight. That just goes to show we can turn the season around as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Joe Flacco had one hell of a game, huh? Unbelievable.
He did. And, look, they have great receivers, so on and so forth. So, apples and oranges. But the point is, you can do that. But let me get away from that. That's not the reason why I called. Now, the Giants, I think I think the Giants' defense is underestimated. They keep talking about how good this insurmountable, 1990 Denver Bronco defense, which I don't agree with that at all, by the way. But I think the Giants' defense could really play a strong part. And also, I'd like your opinion, your real opinion on. Should we be afraid of Bo Nix on Sunday?
I don't know if I would say be afraid of Bo Nix, but respect him. I think part of trying to get him into mistakes. When you say afraid, I don't think he's the kind of player yet that you're afraid of, but he can beat you. He can beat you. And you got to go out. I want to try and get him uncomfortable and have him make mistakes. I think that's a key to winning this football game. Giants are going to have to win the turnover battle. Let's not. Giants are 2-4. Giants lost to the Saints. I know I'm pumped about the game. I'm excited. I'm not telling you they're going to win the game. Let's find out. I think they can, but let's go find out. I'm excited about it, but let's not, kid ourselves. They're 2-4. This Broncos team went to the playoffs last year. They have a better defense. I know you talked about the Giants defense. I'm excited about this Giants defense, and I think they can play, and I think they're only getting better, but this Broncos defense is better. So they've got the better defense. You can't argue, even though I like Brian Dable, and I think he's done a good job the last couple of weeks. Clearly, it's not even worth a debate. They've got the better head coach. They've got the better defense. They've got the better pedigree. They went to the playoffs last year. They've got the better wide receiving core. This is a tough game on the road to go win for this young quarterback. I think they're going to have to win the turnover battle. I think they're going to have to run the football and stay out of 3rd and long. I think that offensive line is going to have to play their best game of the season. And I think they're going to have to go with the front four, go after it, and get pressure on Bo Nix and force him into mistakes. That's how they win this game. But, yeah, I'm not afraid of Bo Nix, but he's good. He's serviceable. He's, last year I was lamenting the fact the Giants didn't draft him. So we'll see if we feel like that's foolish now with Jackson Dart. Big game for Jackson Dart. And again, you got a legitimate defense with a legitimate pass rush in this team with Their front four. You've got Patrick Surtain going to shut down. I mean, this wide receiving core is going to be, that's a tough matchup right there. So, we'll see. It's a tough matchup. It's a tough matchup. And the Broncos are talking. Broncos are tweeting. Broncos are, getting after the quarterback. Jonathan Cooper is getting after him. Linebacker Jonathan Cooper of the Broncos is like, oh, he's wearing chains, he's dancing. They're aware of the New York Giants and what they did Thursday night. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll get back to your calls in a little bit. We got to give you picks. Leading in, we'll go around the league a little bit, give you some picks on this Football Friday. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Back after this, right here on The Fan.
It's Keith McPherson at night on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Saquon Barkley dropped a documentary. I'm not going to watch a second of that documentary because it rubs me the wrong way. Even the stuff that I got from Twitter about it. Why are you playing victim, bro? Why do you need a documentary on how it went? The Giants drafted you 2 overall, right? You shouldn't be mad at the Giants. They let you go. They let you get paid. They let you go somewhere where you could rush for 2,000 yards and win a Super Bowl.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you own
owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Football Sunday. Voice of an angel. So good to me. All right. Football Sunday is so good to me.
We got to mix in Bane right after that. What a lovely, lovely voice. I feel like that should come in right after that. I feel like we need to mix that in there.
Well, listen, we absolutely can, because it is. it's lovely. The voice of an angel. We could do Step Brothers.
That's true. Fleet just said we. As in, like, I'm going to go do. Yeah, there's no we. You're right.
That's
You're right.
point.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. No, I'm not going to do it.
All right, but we'll figure something out. Look, me singing is enough. ABBA, I give the people enough. But we could always do more. How did we do last week, Fleegs? Where are we in the standings right now? I think I went 3-2. I don't know what you bozos did. Where are we?
You did go 3-2, so you are 16-14. Marco also 3-2, also 16-14, and I went 2-3, 14-16. Okay. And nobody hit the parlay.
Nobody hit the take a chance parlay. All right. Usually start with Marco. We could start there. We'll try and get you out of here. Usually you'll do picks, then we'll either make fun of me or
we got to have an awkward segment for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, yes. But please get us rolling here on this Week 7 in the NFL.
All right, this is a little weird week for me. Usually I like to go with themes. I like to do that. I do like to go with the themes for the picks to try to bring it all together. I'm not sure if I'm doing that this week, but I am going to stick with the theme of I'm going to pick against the Colts. I've been doing that, and I've been getting burned constantly. But at some point, this is going to turn. And I also feel like, look, the Chargers haven't played all that well. I know they're beat up. I know last week was a miracle. Like, I get it. I understand all the reasons why you would look at the Colts in this one. But I feel like the Chargers at home, they're due for a better performance because they haven't played well basically since the Giants beat them. And the Colts, again, at some point, they are going to come back to earth. Doesn't mean that they're going to be a bad team. I'm not saying they're going to turn around and not win a game the rest of the year. But it's only 1.5 points, which screams take the Colts. But I don't care. I'm going to take the Chargers anyway. Game 2, these two teams, when they match up all the time, something weird happens. It's just the way it is. It's the way the rivalry is. It's the way the game goes. It's the way the season has gone for both of them. Washington's been hit and miss, beat up. The Jaden Daniels injury, Terry McLaurin, I still don't know if he's going to play this week. No one seems to know.
Right.
The Cowboys have been odd. I mean, you know that you could score. You know they're going to give up points. Last week was not their best performance by any stretch. And then they had the great game against the Packers with the tie. This screams to me, Cowboys, plus 1.5 at home. You're getting points at home against a division rival in a game that's basically a toss-it, a pick-em type of game. And I still feel like, again, without McLaurin, Washington's been very, very uneven, and you can score on them. The Bears really carved them up, and I feel like the Cowboys will put up a lot of points. So give me Dallas at home. The last game, this is dangerous for me. I don't like the Packers giving away a lot of points.
Okay.
Because the Packers are a team that seems to play down to competition. And I feel like LaFleur, look at the tie, has a tendency to play for, we're all right, slow down, relax, everything will be fine, we'll figure out a way to kick a field goal late and we'll win this game. But the Cardinals stink. And I just can't justify, you're taking the Packers, I understand it's on the road, against the Cardinals, and all you got to give up is 6.5. One touchdown wins this game and wins the spread. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And I don't like the fact that, again, the Packers are not a good cover team. I don't care. Give me the Packers on the road, laying the 6.5. For the locals, the Jets are going to win a game this year. They are.
You sure?
They really are.
Are you sure?
They're going to win at least one. They really are. This game, in my head, while I was watching that debacle in London against the Broncos last week, I kept saying to myself, they're going to lose this game, and they're going to wind up beating the Panthers next week. That's just the way, that's the way the Jets are. They're going to play the game that's right in front of them. The Broncos were dying. Here, please, no, please, take this game. They can't figure out a way to get out of their own way. All logic tells me the Jets are going to win this game. All logic, including the spread that doesn't make a lot of sense with the Panthers only favored by 1.5 coming off the game that they came back and they're getting Hubbard back. I don't care. I'm not picking the Jets because I'm not picking the Jets.
Right.
I think in my head the Jets should win this game, but they've been so bad. And all week long, Aaron Glenn at every turn has made the wrong choice of words to be able to figure out to make easy points, including Justin Fields, even when he's going to be aggressive, you're going to bitch about that. He can't figure out a way to get out of his own way.
Yeah.
And the Jets are following suit, and I just don't buy. I can't justify for myself to sleep at night picking the Jets and then wind up seeing the Panthers go to MetLife and winning the game. So give me the Panthers laying the 1.5. For the Giants, all common sense. There's no way they're going to follow up the domination that they had against the Eagles, going on the road, facing a Broncos team that was just awful against the Jets. The Broncos are going to play better. Bo Nix, I'm not a big fan, but he's better than what he showed. Their offense looked like they went into a shell of, look, the Jets can't score. Let's just not beat ourselves. We'll figure out a way to win this game. Sean Payton's smart enough. Let me get out of my own way. Aaron Glenn will make enough mistakes.
Yeah.
This is tough for the Giants. The Bronco defense is good. I expect them to give Jackson Dart some problems, some issues. The Giants are beat up. I mean, the fact that they don't have Neighbors and probably don't have Slayton. I mean, can little Jordan Humphrey come up with big play? How many more times can the Giants pull the rabbit out of the hat? This makes no sense for the Giants to be able to go on the road after that game with all the high vibes or whatever the hell you want to call it, going on the road against Denver. However.
Now, and you give me the however after all of that?
I'm skinny dipping buck naked. I'm all in on Jackson Dart.
Do it.
I'm all in on this whole vibe thing. I'm all in on games meaning something and the Giants going to places that they shouldn't go, that they're never successful in, and going there and all of a sudden pulling off games. They don't beat the Eagles. They're going to beat the Eagles. They don't go to Denver and win in Denver. That's just the snow and Gary Reasons. And they don't do these things.
Yeah.
They don't. They just don't. They will on Sunday. Give me the Giants plus the 7.
I like it. Fleegs.
All right, game number 1 for me. This is a game that last week I was planning to take no matter what. Didn't matter for a reason I'll get to in a second. And then something happened a few days ago that made me hesitate just for the slightest second. But I don't care that the Titans have a new head coach and maybe you get that interim bump.
Yeah.
I'm still taking the Patriots and laying the 7 points. It is a little scary, but I also have the factor, and this does not change, of Mike Vrabel wanting to embarrass everybody associated with the Tennessee Titans, especially the owner, who is still very much there. So I don't think it's going to change how the Patriots approach this game. I think they're going to play for their coach. We've already seen this is a team on the rise. They've played really well the last few weeks. Now, after that Bills win, a huge win, it was maybe a little bit of a letdown spot. You thought it could be against the Saints, but they took care of business. Didn't blow them out, but they did what they needed to do. This is the game where you talk about running up the score. Think about what Bill Belichick used to do. Vrabel used to play for Bill. He's been in some of these games where the coach looked to run it up and embarrass the team on the other side of the field. I think the Patriots are going to try to do that on Sunday, so I'm willing to lay the touchdown with them on the road. Game number 2. Since the Lions 2022, when they turned things around, halfway through that season, they've lost 10 regular season games. They have won every game after that. They haven't lost back-to-back since that mid-2022, and 8 of those 10, they have won by 2 scores. And a lot of them have been, 20, 30-point blowouts. They are playing a decimated Bucs team, and the way to beat the Lions is to be able to attack their secondary. With the Branch suspension is even worse this week.
Yeah.
But the Bucs' entire wide receiver group is injured.
Yeah.
So as magical as Baker Mayfield has been, and I've picked against the Bucs a few times, I keep ended up on the short side of it. But at some point, they're not going to, forget take one of these games and win them. At some point, they're not going to cover. I think this is the spot against the Lions. And I think the line is a little bit telling because you have 2 teams with great records. The Bucs look like they've been one of, if not the best team in the NFC, and they're a 5.5-point underdog. It's because Detroit looks to bounce back in these spots. They're at home. Campbell always has them focused after a loss. So I think they win this game going away. Game number 3, this line doesn't make any sense to me. One of these teams, so far this year looks so much better than the other, and they're at home. So I guess I'm scared because it's a little bit of a rat line, but I'm going to take it anyway. Seahawks minus 3.5 over the Texans at home on Monday Night Football. The Seahawks went into Jacksonville last week, had them last week. They were good to me. The Texans have looked horrible. They beat a couple weeks ago a Ravens team without Lamar Jackson. There's nothing impressive about that. They beat the Titans. There's nothing impressive about that. So I don't know why this line is so low. One team has a bad record and hasn't looked good. The other team has a winning record and has looked great. So I'm going to take the Seahawks. And then locally, listen, Marco's right. At some point, the Jets are probably going to win a game, and this would be the spot to take them. You notice how the sports books, initially the Jets were a favorite. That quickly flipped because they probably realized, hey, everybody in the world is going to bet the Panthers.
Right.
Aaron Glenn right now has 2 times where he's picked a fight with the media, 0 wins on his actual ledger. How can you take the Jets? I just, like, that just screams sitting there on Sunday cursing yourself out. Why did I back this sad sack of a franchise, this head coach who's way in over his head? So even though, there are football reasons that would lead me to believe this is probably, if not now, I don't know when, because it's not coming next week against the Bengals. I got to lay the 1.5 with the Panthers. I can't, in any good conscience, take the Jets. And then give me the Giants plus 7. Again, a lot of football reasons and handicapping logic will lead you to the Broncos. I think this is a low-scoring game. If one offense gets going, I think it would be the Broncos, even though I don't love their offense. And then I could see this game, getting out of hand, 27-10, 27-13. But I think the Giants keep it close, and they're there late in the fourth quarter. That Broncos offense has been very unimpressive, and that goes well beyond just what they did against the Jets last week. So I think the Giants keep it close. Again, Jackson Dart has that it factor. That helps in these games. So I can get that quarterback with that it factor plus a touchdown. I'm going to take it.
All right. I hope you guys are right. All right, let's go. I'm going to take a couple of games that you both were on the same page with a couple of games. I'm going to take the Chargers minus the 1.5 against the Colts, too. This is just, they have not played, like, their schedule has been very easy for the Colts. They have almost lost games on multiple occasions, and this is just betting against the idea that Daniel Jones is going to win every single game. Like, this is the game against a good Chargers team. This is the Harbaugh spot. Like, he's going to go home minus 1.5 against a Colt team. He's going to scheme something up against this team. He's going to figure out a way to stop Taylor. He's going to make Daniel Jones beat him. Can he do this week in and week out? I refuse to believe it. I think Harbaugh's a good coach. I think this is a good team in the Chargers. Give me the Chargers minus 1.5 against the Colts. I think the Fred Warner injury for the San Francisco 49ers is a killer. I mean, they've done a really nice job. Obviously Saleh is a good defensive coach, but to lose Bosa and now their absolute leader on defense, he does everything. He obviously is the green dot guy. He's the communicator. That is a big-time blow for a defense that traditionally finds its way through injuries. That's one that is really tough for me. And I kind of believe a little bit what Atlanta showed you against Buffalo. They are able to run the football. I think Penix is, he hasn't played really great yet, but he can make plays. That passing attack is starting to find itself. They're getting some injury back in the wide receiver position. I just think this is an interesting game here. Give me Atlanta plus 1.5 against just a tough Niners team that's a killer injury, and that defense really struggles without Warner. So I just have a feeling Atlanta is going to find itself, run the football, get into the end zone, and find a way to win that game. Give me Atlanta plus 1.5, and then I'm with you guys. I'm with you on the Lions. I love the Lions. I think they're a big bully team. You mentioned it. Tampa Bay's offense and the wide receivers are decimated with injury, and just the Lions coming off that kind of loss where they got blown out by Kansas City at home in that building, that offense is just too good. Anytime that running tandem, Goff in that building at home, I just think even Baker Mayfield's going to have a tough time pulling this one out of the fire. I think this is a big, big number. I would even do it at 7. 5.5, I'm absolutely doing it. Give me the Lions minus 5.5 against Tampa. I want to take the Jets so freaking bad. Like, you have no idea, especially now that both of you went against them. I want to take the freaking Jets so bad. There's something about me dogging this coach all week long. all of the nonsense that's gone on, all of the focus on his comments and the quarterback play, something just tells me that they're going to find a way to win this game. I don't know what it is. I'm going to do it. What the hell? I'll take the Jets plus 1.5. At some point, you're right. This is it. Are they really going to lose every single game this year? Are they really going to lose every single game? Is there no way coming off the nonsense? Is there no way that this coach can get this team pissed off enough and in the right direction to win this game against the Carolina team that's played fairly well? And especially at the end of games, it's like Young is a disaster up until they need him to go down the field with 3 minutes left, and he finds a way to do it. But I just think at some point, this is the game that the Jets have to show up, scheme some kind of offense, win an ugly game. I'll take the Jets plus 1.5 at home against Carolina. And then I had Mustard's last stand. I said I wasn't going to bet them again this year, and it's worked out. Last week, we didn't bet the Thursday night game, so I didn't lose betting against them. This is a tough spot for the Giants, man. I really think it is going into Denver against this defense, this wide receiving core against Patrick Surtain, this offensive line, its real biggest test. This young kid, it's his real first test. The last time they went on the road, they had 5 turnovers. That's in New Orleans against the Saints. This is a legitimate team. They've got, as I said throughout the open, they're a better defensive team. They've got the better head coach. Sean Payton loves playing the Giants, too. They're talking in the media. They are not overlooking the New York Giants here. They're talking about Jackson Dart and the chains he wears and the dances he does. The Giants put themselves center stage with that victory against the Eagles on Thursday night. I just think Denver's ready. I think Denver's a really good team. This is a tough spot to go win. I have confidence in Jackson Dart in this offense. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I've had success picking against them. I said it was Mustard's last stand. When you make a faux pas like that, you kind of have to stick with it. So I'm rolling with my Mustard. Mike's amazing Mustard, of course. I'm rolling with it. I'm going to take the Denver Broncos -7. All right, those are the picks. We'll come back after the update and give you the Take a Chance parlay. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. I got you for another hour. 888-808-1019. We'll come back, take your calls the rest of the way. Here's Marco.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
And Mac was sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com, and also brought to you by Dr. J. Schott, Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Final state of the Yankees on display. Brian Cashman left to describe a 94-win season that ended in the division series for the Blue Jays.
We've had success and failure. Obviously failed in our ultimate goal and had some success, obviously. Along the way, we had a good team that but fell short of our ultimate goal. So proud of a lot of things we accomplished and players that I knew that they were fighting. They were talented, they were fighting, they were committed, but wasn't good enough.
Some injury issues for next year. They hope Anthony Volpe will be ready at some point in April, if not May. Carlos Rodon surgery. They hope he'll only miss a couple weeks to begin the season. And Aaron Judge does not need surgery for that elbow. Blue Jays roll the Mariners 8-2. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. homered for a 5th time in these playoffs. Max Scherzer giving up just 2 runs over 5 2/3. Series is even at 2. Dodgers a game away from the sweep. They finish off the Brewers 3-1. How about Joe Flacco throwing for 342 and 3 touchdowns? Outdueled Aaron Rodgers, who threw for 4 scores. Bengals shocked the Steelers 33-31. Maple Leafs survived the Rangers 2-1 in overtime. Austin Matthews, your game winner. Igor Shesterkin, 22 saves. Devils too much for the Panthers 3-1. Timo Meyer, your go-ahead. Nico Hischier, Jack Hughes also lit the lamp. And the Islanders down Edmonton 4-2 as Bo Horvat had a hat trick. 48 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Here it comes. Yeah! Let's go. Nothing says football like ABBA. ABBA and Kiss all day. I love it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. All right, let's get to it. The Take a Chance parlay. If you don't know what that is, we take 3 dogs, parlay them together. I've hit it twice this year. Twice. If only I bet them. If only I had the balls to bet my convictions. All right, let's go. Marco, who's your 3 underdogs? Make it good.
I told you the Cowboys before. I'm not going to belabor it all. I will say, keep in mind, CeeDee Lamb comes back this week, too, so that's a big addition for Dallas. Another one, I'm going to go to London. Give me the Jaguars plus the 3 against the Rams. Look,
they play well there.
Puka Nacua may not play, so that makes a big difference for the Rams. The Jaguars coming off the loss last week, see if they can regroup under Liam Cohen, which I do think that their start is a little bit more of what it is as opposed to what they showed last week against the Seahawks. I think they're for real enough that I think they'll win that division. Right. But I don't know if they're for real. But I do see them in this spot going to London and playing well and taking out the Rams. The other one, give me just the fact that maybe the Eagles are broken. Maybe the Giants put the last right cross. Maybe that last right hook, whatever you want to call it. The Vikings plus 2.5 at home with the Eagles. Look, Philly does not look right. Something is amiss. Will they be able to regroup and find it real soon? Maybe. And maybe they won't. Maybe A.J. Brown becomes a disaster. Maybe, Fields and everything. And Saquon Barkley, maybe he's all of a sudden he's not happy in Philly. Whatever it is, I'm going to take the chance and figure out and see maybe if Philly is now on the slide to everything is falling apart after their Super Bowl win.
Nice. I like that. I mean, let's hope. Fingers crossed. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
All right, so my first 2, same as Marco. I like the Jaguars in this international game. They play well there. Even though it's a new coaching staff, a lot of the players have dealt with this before. Right. And the Rams obviously dealing with an injury to Puka Nacua. It's just huge for them. They probably can eventually figure that out, but it's tough in the first week. And that's also a West Coast team that stayed on the East Coast in Baltimore. We saw them practicing at Camden Yards earlier this week and then traveling to London. So maybe not as much of an issue with the body clock as if they were going straight from California to London. But, they've been away from home for a couple weeks. I never loved that. So let me take the Jaguars. And then the Cowboys plus the 1.5. The Commanders, obviously Jaden Daniels is back. They looked a little bit better on Monday night against the Bears, but still not great. Obviously missing Terry McLaurin. And the Cowboys getting CeeDee Lamb back. This game, if the Cowboys are going to win it, it has to be a shootout. If these two teams have point totals in the 20s, the Commanders won. But I think the Cowboys can win a game. We saw them tie the Packers. We saw what they did against the Giants. Against the Commanders' defense that has not looked all that great, and Dak is playing at MVP level, they can absolutely go out and win another game, 34-31. And then game number 3, it's one you took. If we didn't have the locals, this would have been my 4th pick. That Fred Warner injury changes the 49ers.
No doubt.
And as much as I was, they might get Kittle back, and who knows still about the quarterback.
Yeah.
I would lean to picking them if not for the Warner injury.
Yeah.
I don't know how that defense is going to stop, pretty much anybody.
Yeah.
Maybe Saleh eventually figures out. He's a smart coach.
Yeah.
But what we just saw the Falcons do.
Yeah.
The way they can attack you in the running game with Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier.
Yeah.
Just that dynamic duo, the mixing and matching, and obviously Drake London is really kind of coming into his own. Kyle Pitts finally contributing.
Yeah.
So I like the Falcons in that one.
Yeah, no, I already picked the Falcons, so they're one of the 3. I'm with you on. I'm going to take a chance on the Vikings as well, and hope that is just broken. I don't like J.J. McCarthy practicing a little bit. I honestly, I feel more comfortable if he's on the bench as opposed to starting this game. That one scares me a little bit, but I'm hoping the Eagles are kind of broken. And then I'm going to go with I'm going to take this luck of mine on these take a chance parlays for a little bit of a walk here. This is strictly about, can the Bears win back-to-back games? That was an impressive win the other night. I for whatever reason, maybe it's because they beat the Giants. I know that I picked them last week and I lost against the Patriots. I like what the Saints do. I think they're feisty. They run the football pretty well. Rattler's played better than I would have thought he played. And this is just another game where I could just, the Bears just don't play well when the wind is at their back. They're just going to stub their toe at home against the Saints. I could just see it. So give me the Saints, Vikings, and Atlanta for the take a chance parlay. All right? You feel good about that? You all right with that?
I do like that. I do like that pick. I think this would be 3 or 4 wins in a row for the Bears.
Yeah, just I could
something's
see it. They're not going to do. They're due for a bad game.
They're not a team that does well.
They're due for what's the word I'm looking for? I say prosperity. Thank you. Did you say that already?
I don't know. I just said it now.
No, but did you say it before I said what's the word I'm looking for?
What did you say?
I said, what's the word I'm looking for? You said they're not good at dealing with. And did you say prosperity real quick before I said?
I thought you said I was all right, Spider.
No, I didn't. I get the reference. I'm thinking about doing movie quote Mondays because I did a Chris Farley thing from Black Sheep the other day. Did you ever see Black Sheep?
I
with
did
Chris
not see
Farley?
Black Sheep. No. I saw a lot of I didn't see Black Sheep.
That's a good one. It's pretty much Tommy Boy 2.
I know,
Yeah.
but I just didn't get around to it.
Yeah. It was good. It's all right. It's Chris Farley and...
I would watch it.
Yeah, you should.
It was one of those that slipped through the cracks, and then, it felt like it's on every 2 seconds, or am I ever in front of a TV?
Fill the crack.
I need to fill more cracks, you're right.
That's absolutely right. All right. Thank you, Marco.
All right, back.
Bye. 888-808-1019. That's the pig segment on this Football Friday. Look, I hate to pick against the Giants. I'm not a fan of that, but there's just something like this is a tough spot. And I've kind of, I believe in superstition. And I want to tell you what I think. I think the Giants can keep it close and have an opportunity to win this game. But on the road, they turned the ball over 5 times against the Saints. It's still a rookie quarterback. This is a good football team in the Broncos. You're going across the country. They're not taking you lightly. They've talked about you in the media. The coaches and Sean Payton, who obviously, grew up in the Giants organization. He wants to win this game. Like, this is a tough game to go win. You got really no wide receivers going up against Patrick Surtain and that defense. This offensive line hasn't been tested like this. This is a big game. And this is a tough game. The 7 is a number that I would, I kind of want to take with them, but this is a tough game. And I promised if they didn't cover against Kansas City that I wouldn't pick them again. It's gone well for the Giants since then. So I'm a superstitious man. Here's to hoping picking against them will blow up in my face. 888-808-1019. All right, so that's been a little bit of the morning here. We've got another 50 minutes until 5 o'clock in the warm-up show on this Football Friday. A lot of Giant talk, a little bit of Jet talk, as we watched last night. Last night's game was a fun game to watch. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Watching, here's Brett in Long Island already. He's going to kill me for picking against the Giants. You never have that. You got no guy. You know what, Chris, I tell you. Freaking Brett. It's always about me. Why don't you tell me, before we take you, Brett, why don't you get prepared on why you think the Giants are going to win the football game and actually give me an opinion instead of just yelling about me? That'd be a shock. But watching last night, the Jets, look, and I'm sorry. I hate to go on and on about this, and I know I'm the Aaron Rodgers guy, but again, watch that game last night, and I know they lost, and they lost to Joe Flacco and this Bengals team, and Joe Flacco's literally been there for like a half hour, and he's played 2 games. And he went out there last night. He's talking on the postgame. I saw a clip on social media because I kind of ran out of my house as soon as the game ended. I didn't get to see the postgame, but I'm watching the clip now. Like, he's like, yeah, there were plays that I didn't know what they were when they came in through the headset. Like, that's like he just got there. Now they have a talented offensive group, and as long as they can block for him, like Chase is incredible. What was he have 13 catches last night? Like, he was incredible. But Flacco played great. But forget Flacco for a second because it's, but that's just a further kick in the junk. I'm sorry, you watch Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers can still play, man. I don't care what you say. The Jets made a horrendous decision moving on from him. Just a horrendous decision. They'd be so much better off. This coach would be so much better off. He would at least have some runway here. He'd have some leeway here. He'd win a couple of games with Aaron Rodgers. And even if it didn't work, you could blame Aaron Rodgers. Like, they brought in Justin Fields. He brought the guy in. And they have no game plan for him. He's throwing for negative total passing yards. Like, it's a disaster. And you watch Aaron Rodgers play last night. He's on the move. He's throwing across his body. He's throwing 70 yards in the air. He's throwing big touchdown passes. His defense let him down. He played great in this game. He was good. Like, Aaron Rodgers can still play, and that Pittsburgh, they got to figure out that defense. I don't know if they weren't expecting that from Joe Flacco. Caught them off guard. Divisional games can get weird. I get that. But, man, that defense really played a miserable game. Guys were running free. The amount of times you saw Chase running across the middle wide open. There was, like, mass confusion at times in that Pittsburgh defense. That was a frustrating game if I'm the Steelers. But Like, Rodgers can still play, man. He can still play. And he should be the quarterback for the New York Jets. There's no doubt in my mind. And it's frustrating watching him. And it's frustrating watching Joe Flacco. It just is. If you're a Jet fan like this, now Joe Flacco's going to play like that. That's one of the best games I've seen Joe Flacco play, since his, middle of his career in Baltimore. He was great last night. Every throw was on the money. I think he ran for a 15-yard first down.
The read option inside their own 15-yard line.
What the hell? What the hell is that? You knew something was up when Tomlin was so pissed about it at the beginning of the week. I mean, that was a crazy game last night. That was a crazy back-and-forth game. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Chris, you and your corny speech, optimism is free all week.
Yeah.
And you picked Denver.
I'm optimistic they can win the game.
Behind a superstition.
Yeah.
How do I even take you seriously? Then you have the balls to criticize me and say I'm not a fan.
Yeah, you're not a fan.
Are you kidding me?
You're not a fan. You're a loudmouth.
I listen to you every day.
You're a loudmouth. That's it. You just yell.
This is the biggest game of the year for them. You say it, and then let us down. And tell us you're taking Denver -7.
I got to tell you what I think is going to happen. I got to tell you what I think is going to happen.
You would never do that with the Yankees. I don't know how good they are. This
not
is
true.
a big game, man.
It's not true. If they got to the World Series
I thought
against...
you were taking them, and you let me down. I cannot believe this.
I'm very sorry,
oh,
Brett.
my God. No, you're not.
Again,
You're laughing.
give me the
If they
opinion.
lose, they're in
Give
trouble.
me your
Their season's
opinion.
over.
Why am I
They're
wrong,
gonna
Brett?
win.
Brett, why
They're
am I
gonna
wrong?
Win.
Why?
Did you watch them play the Jets? Okay?
Yes, I did.
They do nothing offensively. We have a good defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Dart can escape. He has escapability.
Okay.
He'll get out of the pocket, Chris.
Okay.
It'll be a low-scoring game, and they'll win, man. Take
I
it
hope
back
so.
now.
I hope you're right.
Okay, right now. No.
I hope you're right, Brett. Part of me made that pick just so Brett would hear it. I swear. I said it when I made the pick.
Like, to be fair, you also said at the time you're not picking them again, and part of it now that they're winning, you're doing it as a good luck charm.
A little bit of a good luck charm. Look, I think 7's a good number for the Giants. I think it's I'm torn on the pick. Part of me is going against them because I said I would the rest of the year. And part of me, it's a tough game. You're talking about Jackson Dart absolutely has escapability. I don't disagree with what Brett just said. And they played a miserable game against the Jets. They're a good team. Teams play miserable games. Again, it was in another country, and they recognized that they weren't going to have to do anything offensively to win that game, and they decided not to take chances against a good Jet defense. I'm just telling you, this is a tough game for a rookie to go on the road in Denver and play against that defense. The last time we saw him on the road, they turned the ball over 5 times. There's a reason the number's 7, Brett. There's a reason. I am optimistic. I think they have a chance to win the game. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong with the pick. I'm sitting here wearing the Giant sweatshirt that my wife cannot stand. And I'm as pumped for Sunday as I've been for a Giant game in forever. But I got to tell you what I think. I think it's a tough spot for the Giants. That's why the win would be so impactful for me. They win this game. Now, I think you start to really think different about this Giant team. I know the Eagles game was emotional. It made some of us cry. I know it was an emotional game, and it was a great win. And to watch them do that to the Eagles was incredible. The Eagles are going through it right now, right? And it was at home, and I do think there was a little bit of give up in that Eagles team once the Giants retook the lead. I'm not saying it's not a good win. I'm not saying I wasn't impressed by it. I'm saying as good as the Eagles are, beating them right now in how they're playing and their problem with the quarterback and the offensive coordinator and the wide receiver and everything else, they've gotten away from the run game. They don't look like themselves at the moment. Beating the Eagles at home the way the Eagles are playing right now, just because they're the Eagles, it's a phenomenal win. This would be a better win. This to me is a tougher win. He's got to go on the road across the country to one of the better defenses in the league against a great head coach. It is a tough spot. It is a very tough spot for the Giants. The number 7, I'm torn. If it was 7.5, I'd probably take the Giants. If it was 6.5, I'd feel better about taking the Broncos. I think the number is kind of right on the 7. It's either way. And just to piss you off, and because I kind of did a sarcastic thing and said, Muster's last stand by mistake, and we've had some fun with it. Since I've made that declaration, Giants have played a lot better. Go out there and win this game. They've got an opportunity to win the game, though, Brett. I'm confident that they'll go play well, but it's a tough spot. Anthony in Brooklyn, what's up, Anthony?
Hey, great show as always.
Thank you, brother.
I don't know if I understand this 100%, but I'm looking at a list of the 2024 revenue compared to the 2025 payroll.
Correct.
And then, with the luxury tax. Now, I believe I heard you say that the Yankees didn't want to go over that $52 million luxury tax, and especially in the beginning of the year where you wanted to get a third baseman.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dodgers went 150 over, the Mets went, 71.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Phillies went over 45. I mean, wouldn't have been worth it. I
don't think the Phillies went. The Phillies had a higher payroll than the Yankees this year. I thought the Yankees were third behind the Dodgers and the Mets.
Well, as far as
I'll double check it.
No. Philly was 45 and the Yankees were 52.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah, the Yankees had a $3 million high payroll. I mean, are you talking specific payroll? Or are you talking the gap between what they made and what they spent? Because that is different. The payroll is still the payroll. The going over the luxury tax costs them more money, and it puts the money in the pocket of their competitors. Which, again,
right.
and I'm just telling you, George Steinbrenner never had to do that. And I'm not saying George wouldn't have spent the money and spent more money, but I'll tell you right now, George Steinbrenner would not have been happy putting money in the pocket of teams to try and go out and beat them. I'm just telling you, he wouldn't have been happy.
Now, I'm sure it's probably because of the S Network, but their 2024 revenue was $728 million. And their payroll was
11th in the league.
362. Yeah, 11th
They're 11th
in the league
in what they made versus what they spend. Yes, that is true. Third overall in spending. The Dodgers spend more, and the Mets spend more. The Mets are number 1 on that list because they've hardly made any money. They put 90% of what they made into the team. But again, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just telling you the difference. He's a hedge fund manager with $13 billion. It's not the same thing. And the Guggenheim family that runs and owns and operates the Dodgers have more money than the New York Yankees do. Hal Steinbrenner has a lot of mouths to feed with the money he makes, and I'm not saying they're not eating well. They are. But it's just the Yankees. That's his business. He doesn't have a hedge fund that makes him, $1 billion a year. He's running the New York Yankees. He's got a lot more. He's got siblings and grandchildren. He's got a lease on the building at big money every single year. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. I'm just telling you the way it is. The way it is. Now, is 11th on that list good enough? No, I think Cubs were dead last. They should spend more money. They should be willing to. I don't expect them to be the Dodgers, though. I got to be fair. Maybe you do. I understand if you do. They're the New York Yankees. I get it. I don't expect them to be the Dodgers and have that kind of payroll and spend that kind of money. I really don't. I think that Ohtani contract affords them to do it at another level. And I don't expect him to spend like a billionaire who has a hedge fund. I don't. I think what they spend could be higher, but it's over the luxury tax. There's penalties for it. And you should be able to win with the payroll they have. You should be able to win with the payroll the Phillies have. And losing to me and Fleeks were talking about this the other day, losing to the Toronto Blue Jays isn't like losing to the Guardians or losing to some of these low market teams. They spend money. People talk about the gap, the difference between the money spent. It's not what it used to be. They spend money. The Phillies spend money. Toronto spends money if someone would be willing to take it. So, it's different. But, yeah, 11's not good enough. It should be – they should spend more money. I've never said different. And specifically when you're a third base – you're third base away from having a complete team. Go spend the money and get a third baseman. I'm totally with you. Totally with you. And I screamed about it in the offseason. I screamed over and over again, go out and get a third baseman. Now, it might not have worked what I suggested. And that's the That's part of the story, too. I said go trade for Nolan Arenado. Everybody wanted to trade for Nolan Arenado. He didn't have a great year. He played just as good defense, and he had a better offensive year than McMahon did, I guess. I haven't looked, but I know he didn't have a great year. Plus, you'd be on the books for a lot of money over the next couple of years. I don't know. Would that have been the right move? We all wanted it. I don't know if it would have been right. Does that get them a championship? We talk like they were one player short of a championship in the offseason. If they got that player, are they champions today? I don't know. Or are they still playing today? I don't know. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is we act as if moving on from Cashman and Boone guarantees you something. It doesn't. And we act like the two of them here guarantees you losing. It doesn't. That's how I feel about it. That's how Hal Steinbrenner feels about it. He's frustrated. They're all pissed off. They're all annoyed that they didn't win. They all want to win. They believe that if you continue to put yourself in the tournament, which they do at a clip that only the Dodgers, that no franchises even come close to duplicating over the last 30 years, they believe if you continue to get there, eventually you'll win. And I don't know how you build a team perfectly for the playoffs. I don't know how you build a guaranteed winner. We're listening to John Smoltz, right, during these games, and they talk about the 96 World Series over and over again. Do you know how many divisions in a row that team won? They had arguably the greatest starting rotation in the history of baseball. They have Glavine, they have Maddox, they have Smoltz, they have Avery. They have 3 Hall of Famers headlining their rotation. Maddox won 4 consecutive Cy Youngs. I can't remember if it was 2-2 or 1-3. I know he won 1 with the Cubs at least. I'm not sure if it was 2-2. But he won, I'm pretty sure he won at least 2 Cy Youngs with Atlanta. There are 3 Hall of Famers at the top of the rotation. They won the division 1,000,000 times in a row. They have Andrew Jones. They have Chipper Jones. They had a great team. How many championships they win? Were they built wrong some way? Now, they went to the World Series a bunch, right? Lost a lot of World Series. That team went 19 years in a row. Were the Dodgers, were the Braves doing something wrong? Should they have built that team in a different way? Was 3 Hall of Famers at the top of the rotation not good enough? With one of the greatest switch-hitting players we've ever seen in the middle of the lineup, Hall of Famers all over the place, not good enough? How come they didn't win more championships? Mark Willard's hanging a slider? Was that team not good enough? They won 1 championship after going to the playoffs. I think they won the division 19 consecutive seasons. 1 championship. It's not easy. It's not easy. Now, if change for change's sake, I'm in. I want to be clear on this. If Hal Steinbrenner had a press conference yesterday and said Boone and Cashman are out, great. Who are you hiring? How are they better? Don't just give me some name from Cleveland, some name from the Tampa Bay Rays, some name from the Los Angeles Dodgers organization and tell me, I know this is going to do it. Because you don't know. You don't. It's been long enough where change could be warranted. I'm with you. But let's not act like these people are imbeciles, and let's not act like whoever they hire is guaranteed to have this level of success or guaranteed to have more success or however they put the team together guarantees them a damn thing. That's my only pushback on it. That's it. And the other thing about that press conference that I thought a lot of people were getting annoyed at, the Volpe stuff is different. I don't care what I know I yelled about that they can't say it's because of the injury, and I was annoyed that Cashman said it. Boone didn't say it. I was annoyed Cashman said it. Bottom line is he can't be the shortstop next year. And if he is, I'll be pissed off, and I'll let you know. Because he's not good enough to be the shortstop. But the other thing was Aaron Boone's comments about I don't know. People got mad when asked specifically, what would you say to instill faith in the fan base that next year will be the breakthrough year and you will win a championship? And Aaron Boone said, I don't know, and then he gave you a bunch of reasons. There is no answer to that question. I get that. I don't like the I don't know. It's not a good answer. I'll give that to you. You shouldn't say I don't know. But let's be honest. There's nothing that he could say that could instill faith. The question wasn't, hey, what are you going to do next year? Or how does the team get better? Because he would have given you answers. The question was, because then he gave you answers. The question was, how do you instill faith in the fan base? What do you tell people who don't believe in you how to believe in you? I'm great. Like, what is he going to say? Anything he says, you're going to laugh at, roll your eyes at, and say he's a fool and a liar, and he should just shut his mouth. That's what you would say to anything he says. The only way this fan base would be able to instill faith is if he wasn't the one being asked that question. That's it. That's where we're at. There's no faith instilling. There's nothing they can say or do. There's no signings in the offseason. There's nothing they can do. They could go out and spend $500 million. Everybody would still say, well, their approach sucks. Analytics will kill them. There's nothing they can do until they hoist that trophy or wear those rings. There's nothing that they can do to instill faith in a fan base. You cannot instill faith in the faithless. That's it. It's over. It's over. So we can laugh at the comment. We could laugh at the line. We could say, how the hell do you say I don't know? And I'll agree with you. But just say it while you know. Everything else he could have said, you would have mocked to. That's it. That press conference had, there's nothing that could have been said in that press conference for any Yankee fan to go, you know what? I think I'm with them. That's off the table. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with more of your calls right after this.
The Scarlet Knights return home hungry for their first Big Ten win of the season. But standing in their way are the high-flying Oregon Ducks.
Touchdown, Rutgers!
Kickoff is tomorrow at 6:30. The home of Rutgers Big Ten football is WFAN. Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, law, bite back?
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
We have reached the age where things just cost more.
Cars, phones, life insurance.
Your blood pressure is up.
Your weight is up.
You're one to talk.
I have type 2 diabetes, so I'm getting dinged just like you.
Thank goodness for Big Lou.
Big Lou!
Lou!
Big Lou can get term life insurance rates for a 50-year-old male with type 2 diabetes or high blood pressure, or maybe he's on anxiety meds for just around $200 a month for $1 million of coverage.
Oh, you gotta say that again.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll say it. Big Lou and Term Provider could get a 50-year-old man, a little dinged up, $1 million in life insurance for around $200 a month.
Call Big Lou.
Big Lou!
He's like you.
800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085.
Don't put it off. If you're overweight, diabetic, have high blood pressure, you gotta call Big Lou.
Gotta.
800-555-2085.
Write it down.
800-555-2085.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tires, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 4:36. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. You know, the other thing I wanted to bring up, and maybe we'll do it more on Saturday, because again, I'll be with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., which is now our custom every Saturday morning. The new element to the Scooble story, as obviously everybody wants to trade for Scooble. I was watching a little bit of Baseball Tonight, or it's not called Baseball Night New York. I'm sorry, excuse me, Sal. I was watching Sal and Andy Martino, and they were talking about Scooble. And the report from John Heyman, and, you know, Sal's through the roof at the idea of possibly trading for Scooble. The report from John Heyman that the Tigers and Scooble are $250 million apart. Now, if you actually read the story, that was from last offseason. That they made him an offer last offseason, and the asking price from Scooble was $250 million higher than what they offered. But that was last year before his Cy Young. And now, after 1 year of the Cy Young, and now he's done it again. So we don't know. The Tigers are obviously going to up their number. But yes, $250 million sounds like a lot to make up. But he did have a second consecutive Cy Young in between those offers. We don't know what the talk is right now. But a year ago, they were $250 million apart. I would imagine that they're closer than that now. Unless, of course, Scott Boras and Scooble's number has gone up with his second Cy Young performance. But obviously there's a gap between him and the Tigers. And we knew there was even prior to this report because there's been a lot of noise around the idea that they are going to trade him. There's only one reason to trade him is if you're positive you can't sign him. So I get that that number makes everyone assume he's going to be traded. I get it. I still don't think, and maybe I'm crazy, that the Tigers are just going to say, well, we can't sign him, we have to get something, and just give him away. Be prepared to give up a lot. And Andy Martino on Baseball Night New York said they'd be willing to give up anything other than McClain? Like, are you really it's 1 year of a great pitcher who, once you get him with the Mets, like, you're confident you can sign him, but you're not going to sign him early. He's going to free agency. He's going to want to hear what other teams are. He wants to define his market. Now, do the Mets have enough money to sign him? Sure. And if you trade for him, are you confident you'll keep him because Steve Cohen won't be denied? Maybe. But this Met team for years, and it only makes sense for the Mets. Forget the Yankees, and I know they're struggling or they have some injuries to the starting rotation, at least the start of the year. I'm not saying they don't need Skubal. He's the best pitcher in baseball. Would I take him? Absolutely. Even despite me saying I don't want to do it because of what it's going to cost. If they do it, it's going to be hard to not get me excited about him being at the top of the Yankee rotation. But even for the Mets, who clearly need that ace, like, are you going to trade all of your best prospects? And again, you're assuming it doesn't take McClain. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to ask. It's going to be steep. They're going to try and go win with him one last time. Look at the American League. Even now, the Yankees are a disaster. Who once they get into the postseason, the Tigers have no problem dispatching. And then, like, right now, look at the rest of. Is Seattle that good? I know they just lost to them. They can't beat Seattle. Are the Toronto Blue Jays like a juggernaut now in the American League? They're not going to just take nothing and give up on an opportunity to go win. Even if it is the great pitcher who they can't afford and you got to get something for him, they're going to want your best, your absolute best. I promise you. It's different than Juan Soto. He's the best pitcher in baseball. They're going to come and ask for McClain. Now, maybe you can get away with not giving him, but maybe someone else will give their version of McClain or the guy they want. Like, I don't know. It's a tough sell. I know everyone wants, now it's for $250 million apart. They're going to have to move on from him. You're not going to have to give up much because it's 1 year of control. I don't know about that. If that's what happens, I'm not saying don't pick up the phone and call him. But this is a Met team that has struggled developing players for forever. This is a Met, especially pitching. This is a Met organization like David Stearns talked about. It's about developing starting pitching. You're going to give up all of that for 1 extra year of a guy you could just sign next year? In a window that has Juan Soto here for the next 14? I don't know. Everyone seems real high on it. Listen, if they trade for him, they're going to be a devastating. They could be a really good team this year, but you can continue to grow your starting pitching from within, keep it, and then just go sign him next year. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Omar in Brooklyn. What's up, Omar?
How are you, Chris?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
Okay, so we're going to talk about this. I don't have a problem you're saying with Cashman and thing, but the thing is, you bring in the players, you bring in big-time free agent, you have your superstars, and the common factor from 2009, the players have come and arrived, the general managers have come and arrived. The common factor that has been missing from 2009 is Cashman. So sometimes, like the Knicks do, even the Knicks went to the Eastern Conference Final after 25 years. They took a risk with Mike Brown this year. Yeah. And what is the pressure? What is the pressure right now? That if he doesn't make it to the Eastern Conference Final or NBA Finals, that's a bust.
Yeah.
But there is no claims in Yankees that if they don't make it to the won the World Series, there is no pressure, nothing. He's going to remain the same. So what we are going to do?
What's the pressure on the Knicks?
Remain the same, continue the process, continue the process?
What's the pressure on Mike Brown? You think he gets fired?
He will get fired if he doesn't make to the NBA Finals.
You think they'll fire him after 1 year if he doesn't make the NBA Finals?
Yes, unless
I don't think they will. I don't think they will.
Okay,
I think there'll be pressure from the fan base, but they're not going to hire a coach and fire him after 1 year. I mean, if it's a disaster. If they finish 7th in the East and then lose in the first round, maybe. But
no, let me tell you. The pressure is that if they don't, according to everybody, they are the best team in the East. They should go to the NBA Finals, and maybe they lose to the NBA Finals, and then there is a chance that they will make a trade for Antetokounmpo next year. So he will survive if he goes to the NBA Finals.
He'll survive if they go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
if he doesn't go to the game 7, he will not survive. No, he's better than everything.
I disagree with you.
He will not survive.
I'm sorry, Omar. I just disagree with your premise, and I'm up against the break, so I can't continue going on. Look, yes, if they don't make it to the NBA Finals, maybe in NBA circles, and maybe certainly with the fan base, we will view the hiring of Mike Brown as a disappointment because Tibbs took them that far. They've made a choice with this coach. Like, you think they're going to just if they don't have a good season, if they finish 6th and then lose in the second round, maybe. If they're a 1 or a 2 seed and they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals to the Cleveland Cavaliers, they're not going to fire Mike Brown for 1 year. We can call it a disappointment. We can say, look, you shouldn't have fired Tibbs. He could have done this. Like, whatever you want to say, there's pressure in that where the fan base won't consider it a success unless they get further, and you'll have to justify why you fired the coach. But they're not going to just give up on a head coach who lost in the Eastern Conference Finals because, we all deemed it as some sort of, marker. I'm telling you, they're not going to hire a coach and fire him 1 year and losing in the Eastern Conference Finals. No way. Not 1 year. Not 1 year. They're going to just keep going through coaches unless they get to the championship? That's not how it works, Omar. I doubt it very much. We'll consider it a failure and be very disappointed in it. And I wonder if you'll say this. I wonder how that would look. Like if the Knicks, because when it happened with the Knicks, there were a lot of Yankee fans, which obviously if you're a Yankee fan, you're probably a Yankee fan because what other basketball team would you root for? But there was a lot of Knicks fans like, at least this is a forward-thinking organization, and when they recognized it got stale, they made a hire and blah. Well, I wonder what happens if he does underachieve. I wonder what happens if he does take what is presumed to be the best team in the Eastern Conference and does significantly worse than Tibbs. I wonder if Yankee fans will say, hey, maybe we shouldn't take this risk. Maybe, they're not going to. They're not going to. But again, just because change for change's sake doesn't always work, and we'll see if Mike Brown was the right decision. At least the Knicks are forward thinking. At least the Knicks, recognized it was time. At least the Knicks, okay. At least. What if they're worse? And I'm sorry, I know nobody seems to think this because Cashman has trained you into thinking it. Cashman's level of success has trained you like Pavlov's dog into thinking it's a guarantee to get to the postseason every year and win 90-plus games every year because of his level of success. You believe that to be a fact? What if it's worse? What if it's worse? Because there's no guarantee. Again, I'll spell it out for you. Here's the scenario. They fire Brian Cashman. They hire a young executive from a small market team who's done a wonderful job with less payroll, has taken a team and built it up and, made them very successful. And then you come here and you merge it with the payroll and you expect unbelievable success. And then the team goes out and makes huge signings and falls flat on their face. Wins 84 games and misses the playoffs and are beat out by the Cincinnati Reds. Sounds familiar? Money don't buy you love, and money doesn't guarantee you a World Series or 94 wins and the best record in the American League. You might think it does because Brian Cashman has trained you into thinking that. That's why you think it. You think it's easy because he makes it look easy. You don't want to admit it, but that's the case. It's easy to win with this payroll because Brian Cashman has made it look easy for 30 years. It's hard to win. It's hard to win a championship. And he's failed at it. And so for that reason, change for change's sake is not an unreasonable thought. But it doesn't guarantee you'll be better or as good. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with Rapid Fire Styles. We take you all the way to 5 o'clock in the Warm Show right here on The Fan.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
What this win means against the Eagles, not only division team that you hate, the Super Bowl champ, and you pasted them at home with young Jackson Dart in year one, throwing Scatterboo, throwing the defense. I think this is the biggest win that they've had, even predating that Vikings playoff win.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. HL Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust HL Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently immediately notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8182. 800-390-8182. That's 800-390-8182. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
McMonigle here with you for the last few minutes. Let's get right to the calls. We take it for another few on this Friday morning. Everyone enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 9 o'clock, but let's see if we can squeeze a couple in here. Richie in Queens. What's up, Richie?
Morning, Chris.
Good morning, Rich. How are you?
I listened to it. I listened to Cashman. Boy, can he talk? My goodness.
He never stops, man.
And
It's
you know what? And you know what? They are there every year, but it's banging your head against the wall. Eventually, you're going to get a major headache and have and it's just not going to get to the point where you want to get. But you know what? Can they get in there next year and maybe make a run? You look at these teams and you say they're not that much of they're a difference. It's just that they don't hit it at the right times.
That's where I guess differ from a lot of Yankee fans. I'm okay with moving on because I do agree with you. It's been long enough, right? I think that's fair. Anyone who would tell you it's unfair to say Cashman should lose his job, it's been long enough. But I also don't think it's fair to say that whatever they do next year won't work because it's Cashman and Boone. I just don't think that's fair.
Yeah, and the other thing too is with the Giants. I'm excited, and I'm looking at that game last week. And Denver looked pretty bad. They put the halter on Nick. He hasn't been the same. I just don't want to get caught up, Chris, and say, wow, the Giants definitely. They're going into Denver. They've won 9 in a row. They're a different team there. They still don't have the offensive weapons that I'd like to see, but I think it'll be a competitive game. And if they somehow win that, then we got another glorious week to think, hey.
No, next week then becomes crazy. That game against Philadelphia becomes insane. To go 4-4 and beat Philly twice and thrust themselves right back into, division race. Win this game and things change. Abraham in Brooklyn. What's up, Abraham?
Hey, wait. I'm sorry. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, how you doing? It's good. I hit you with the Beatles yesterday.
That's right. Yes.
I got you. Now I'm gonna tell you this. You gonna get mad. You gonna get mad
got
more.
You. Yeah.
Aaron Judge has never won in the ring.
Aaron Judge,
with the Yankees.
His fault or because they didn't put a team around him?
He ain't put a team around him? That's what you're going to say?
No, I'm asking you. Are you saying that it's because of Judge or because they're not
never going to win a ring? He's 8.2 A-Rod.
Oh, okay.
I never won an A-Rod out of the Yankees.
A-Rod did win one.
He got one ring. He got one.
Okay.
Aaron Judge is not going to get one. A-Rod played 13 years, and he got one.
Okay. We'll see. The other thing about the Judge, that was a comment that I heard Keith mentioning and a bunch of people, I don't know who got upset about it or not, but another one, just before we leave, another quick Yankee shield defending Brian Cashman, which again, fire Brian Cashman. I'm fully on board. I don't care. Good luck bringing in someone who's better. But it has been long enough where I'm open to it, but just don't tell me they can't win with him because I don't agree with that. Now, the other comment is, because you mentioned Aaron Judge there, someone asked him in the press conference if he looks at these next couple years in the Aaron Judge window and Cole window, do you emphasize these next couple years to win with Aaron Judge? And he said, no, I don't look at it like that. That's exactly what he should say. If there are any Yankee fans out there who thinks he should say, yeah, no, this is more important than every other year because, Judge is here. That's not what he's going to say. The general manager is going to tell you, I try and win the World Series every year. What year is it okay for me to not emphasize winning the World Series? What year is it okay if I don't put the onus on winning the World Series? So because Aaron Judge is here, I should really try and win the World Series? When Aaron Judge is gone, it'll be okay for me to not really try and win the World Series? Or, when Aaron Judge wasn't here, it was okay? But now because Judge is in his prime, I really have to try and win the World Series. That would be a ridiculous answer. He'd look like a moron. He would look like someone who, it's Judge, so I guess now I have to try. You're right. I should emphasize winning the World Series. I didn't care prior to this, but now it's Judge. Oh, I better. He's trying to win the World Series every year. You think he's going to admit to caring more one year than another? That's the goal every year, even if he's failed at it. That's the goal every year. He hasn't been able to do it. And eventually, I don't know when, but eventually, if he continues not to do it, he won't be here. And I understand anybody who thinks that should be now. That is more than fair. Moving on from Boone and Cashman because of 8 years of failure is more than fair. But I just don't subscribe to the idea that because they stay, they are screwed. Because they do a lot of winning. And they do build teams that can. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Thank you to the chat and those of you who stream the show live on YouTube. I appreciate you guys watching me during the break and commenting on my weight. Thank you all so much. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 9 a.m. The Warm Show's next. Bye-bye. Let's go, Giants.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Yankees left to answer the questions as to why they didn't bring home a title once again, and Aaron Boone not running from those expectations.
I can't tell you anything to make you feel good that, ultimately it's about us winning number 28. And all I can tell you is I'm working my butt off to try and be a part of helping us bring that back.
Meanwhile, Brian Cashman joined our own Evan and Tiki right here on the Fan and shot back at the front office and the data usage being too involved in their process.
There's always the boogeyman of other people are making the calls, analytics. People like to throw that too, and none of that's accurate.
As for next year, Anthony Volpe won't be ready for opening day, but they hope April or May. Carlos Rodon, elbow surgery. He'll likely miss the first couple of weeks of the season. Blue Jays back-to-back wins tie up the ALCS to 2 games apiece, dominate the Mariners 8-2. Dodgers suffocate the Brewers 3-1 as LA is a game away from the sweep. Icy Hot Bowl went to the Bengals. They shocked the Steelers 33-31. Joe Flacco, 342 yards, 3 touchdowns, outdueled Aaron Rodgers, who threw for 249 and 4 scores. Austin Matthews, an overtime game winner. Maple Leafs outlast the Rangers 2-1. Devils handle the Panthers 3-1. Timo Meyer, your go-ahead in the third. And Bo Harvat with the hat trick as the Islanders dispose of Edmonton 4-2. This report is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. 48 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers. Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
A couple minutes after Friday, after 5.
It's half past Friday.
Half past Friday. Well, that would be like 2. Anyway, football Friday, week 7 last night. We've got cool games coming up and a really cool one last night to get us started. What up, Al Dukes?
I love old guys playing football, Jerry. I love old guys playing quarterback.
How about old guys playing really good football?
Yeah, they were slinging at those guys.
Sure were.
I mean, and the Bengals come out on top, an upset win. They're now 3-4, which is not
terrible.
Terrible.
No, if they're going to get Joe Flacco throwing for 350 yards, then this season's not over for them yet.
And how many touchdowns did he have? 3 TDs. Aaron Rodgers had 4.
Yeah.
Those 2 old dudes put up 7 touchdowns last night.
Yeah, and Rodgers throws 2 interceptions. One's not his fault. I mean, Metcalf basically has the ball taken out of his hands, which is it was not great. And then the second interception, to me, was more like a punt, though the Bengals did return it for about 30 yards. Where the game changed quickly for me? I don't know what the highlight package showed or if you were watching it at the time because it was early. When the Steelers are up 7-0 in this game and they're driving, they had a 4th and 1. And was it 4th and 1? Yeah, I think it was whatever. It wasn't fourth. The fourth one was the tush push with the false start. Prior to that play, they had a touchdown run that was called back for a hold. It was a good call too. It was holding, but when you're watching the game, they were doing what they wanted to do. They were running the ball. They were throwing the ball. They were going up 14-0, and the place was starting to boo. Then the flag comes out, and it was a good call. They wind up getting 3. And I don't know, to me, it felt different. 14-0 to 10-0 was a big change.
Anytime you trade a touchdown for a field goal,
it's deflating a little bit.
It's very deflating.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I think it was, the 2 interceptions, the one not his fault, like you said, and then that touchdown coming back and just kicking a field goal. That hurts.
Yep, I agree.
When you got old man Joe Flacco on the other side,
who looked awful at first. Same thing, like the first quarter was a whole lot of nothing. And all of a sudden in the second quarter, he starts lighting it up with this Bengals offense. And you know what he did? He did everything we always say. When you got a guy like Jamar Chase, just throw. You see when he catches Chase?
Yes. He had 23 targets.
Yeah, 16 catches for 170 yards. And it's really amazing.
That is awesome.
It was pretty good. So
there's a really great visual that's on social media this morning from the game. It is when Aaron Rodgers throws a touchdown pass. I don't know